Hello everyone, I know you are going to use this video for falling asleep, so before that, like this video, subscribe to the channel and let me know where you are from, also what time is it. It was the kind of house that looked like it had been waiting, watching, and whispering in a language only certain people could hear. I didn't believe in haunted places, not really. But something about the Brody house pulled at my ribs like a fish hook buried in muscle, tugging harder every year until I finally caved in and drove back. And the moment I turned onto Hollow Creek Road, gravel crunching beneath my tires and moonlight washing the world in silver silence, I knew I had made a mistake I couldn't take back. I hadn't seen the Brody house in 17 years, not since I was 13, and it spat me out broken, bloodied, and silent. Back then, I ran without looking back, leaving behind two of my best friends and a summer night that became legend in our town. People whispered about it, invented their own versions, but they never got it right. No one really knew what happened inside those walls, because none of them had seen what I saw. But now, after nearly 2 decades, I was back. And not because I wanted answers, not because I had unfinished business. I came back because the house called me. I heard it, in dreams first, whispering in the voice of my dead friend Mikey, who shouldn't have been able to talk at all. Then came the messages, on mirrors, in condensation, on my car's frost-rimmed windows. You forgot something. She's still there. We need you. I knew it was madness. But when you hear the voice of someone who's been dead since 2008 say your name, over and over, in the exact same broken pitch it used to rasp out when we dared each other to knock on the Brody house door, you come back, even if every part of you is screaming not to. The place looked unchanged. That was the first thing that struck me. No rot, no collapse, not a single vine. 17 years untouched, like someone had been taking care of it. But that was impossible. The Brody house had been condemned. There were news clippings to prove it. Police reports. A fire that scorched the second floor. Yet here it stood, its paint cracked like old skin. Its windows like eyes filled with secrets. The porch light flicked on as I parked. No power should have been running. But the porch light flicked on. I didn't move. Not for 5 minutes. I watched that house like it might blink, like it might breathe. Then the door creaked open. Just a crack. But enough. I stepped out of the car with legs I barely felt. My breath misted the air, even though it was a summer night. I could feel cold leaking out of the house, like fog seeping under the skin of the world. I told myself not to go forward. But my feet didn't listen. Each creak of the porch boards was too loud, like the house was announcing my arrival. I paused at the threshold, where the door had cracked open just enough for a whisper to slip through. The inside was pitch black. But then I heard it. Ben. I froze. Not because of the name. It was mine, after all. But because of the voice. It was Mikey's. 17 years hadn't touched it. Same wheezy rasp. Same syllable stretch. And behind it, something else. Not a second voice, exactly more like something breathing in time with the words. Too wet. Too deep. My hand lifted before I realized it. Pushed the door open wide. The inside of the Brody house smelled like mildew, dust, and copper. Blood, copper. The living room was almost exactly as I remembered. Couch covered in old sheets, fireplace gaping like a blackened mouth, the twisted chandelier still hanging like a noose from the ceiling. But there was something new. Scratches. On the floor. Deep gouges that trailed from the front door inward, disappearing into the hallway toward the back of the house. I followed them. The moment I stepped into the hall, every hair on my body rose. Something was watching me. I knew that feeling too well. It was like the house was holding its breath, waiting to see what I'd do. Waiting to pounce. The walls were covered in old wallpaper that bubbled and peeled like skin after a burn. I traced the scratches with my eyes until they stopped. Right outside the old basement door. That door was locked when we were kids. No one had been able to open it. Not with keys. Not with crowbars. Not even Mikey's dad, who came with his shotgun the day after everything happened. But now it stood ajar. The air leaking from the basement was cold enough to bite. It smelled worse than the rest of the house. Mold. Decay. And something sweet beneath it, like rotting fruit. I didn't want to go down. But the voice came again. Ben, hurry, I should have run. I should have slammed the door and never looked back. But I remembered that night too well. Mikey screaming. Claire pounding on the walls. The smell of smoke. The heat of something that wasn't fire. I stepped down. Each step groaned under my weight. My flashlight flickered. Batteries full. I had checked before I came. But now the light stuttered like it was struggling to stay alive. And then I reached the bottom. The basement was larger than it should have been. I remembered it being cramped, unfinished. But now it stretched out, almost like a tunnel. The walls were made of stone, damp and cold to the touch, and the ceiling was too high. It didn't match the shape of the house above, and in the far end of the room, a chair. No, not a chair. A throne. It looked carved from bone. Tall, spiked, coated in what might have been old blood. And sitting on it was a shape. Not quite human. Not quite anything. But it shifted as I approached. And I heard Mikey's voice again. Only this time it was different. Panicked. Distant. Ben, Roan. The lights went out. Total black. My flashlight flickered once, twice, then died. I stood frozen, heart pounding in my throat, straining to hear. Then the smell hit me. Close. Right in front of me. Something foul. Like something dead, but not fully. And then fingers touched my face. Long. Too long cold. The nails scraped my cheek, and I turned and ran. I didn't care about the stairs, didn't care about noise. I ran blind, smashing into walls, until I found the door and burst into the hallway. The air was warmer, but just barely. The walls were different now, covered in writing. Names. Hundreds of them. Scratched into the wallpaper. Some familiar, most not. My name was there, near the top, right above Claire's, right below Mikey's, and all the names were crossed out, except one. The last one, it said Emily. The only one still clean, not scratched or marked. I didn't remember any Emily, not from that night. But the name glowed faintly, like the wallpaper itself had been burned to brand it into memory. Then the hallway lights flickered on, and I saw her, at the far end, a girl, maybe 10, long dark hair, white dress stained with something dark. She just stood there staring, her mouth moved, but no sound came out. I tried to speak, but my voice failed me. She raised her hand and pointed behind me. I turned. The basement door was open again, but I had closed it. I know I had. From the darkness below, a hand emerged. Not crawling, reaching, palm first. Like something climbing up the air. I slammed the door shut with all my strength and backed away, breath ragged. The girl was gone. The hall empty. Then my phone rang. I didn't check the number. I answered out of instinct. The voice on the other end wasn't mine. Wasn't Mikey's. Wasn't Claire's. But it said something that made my blood turn to ice. She remembers you, Ben. Then the line went dead. I backed toward the living room, ready to bolt, when the lights turned off all at once. Darkness slammed down like a lid on a coffin. I fumbled with my phone to try to get the flashlight. The screen wouldn't light. Just black. And then I heard the whisper, right in my ear. She's awake now. That's when I saw the mirror, hung crooked on the far wall. It hadn't been there when I came in. But there it was, old, cracked, and humming. Yes, humming. A low, pulsing vibration almost like a heartbeat. And in its reflection the house was different, clean, lit, whole. And 3 kids stood in the room. Me, Mikey, Claire, staring back at me, and behind us her. But not the girl from the hallway. Not a girl at all. Not anymore. She was smiling, and her eyes were made of teeth. I didn't blink. I could. The mirror gripped me in a way that wasn't physical, but still held tight, like it had reached into my spine and locked every muscle in place. In that reflection, the three of us stood exactly as we had on that night 17 years ago. Me with the flashlight clenched in one hand, Claire gripping Mikey's sleeve, Mikey staring ahead like he could see something none of us could. But what turned my blood to slush wasn't us. It was her, the thing behind us. She looked like a girl at first glance, maybe 12 or 13. Pale skin, dirty white dress, hair falling in ropes over her face. But it was wrong. All of it was wrong. Her joints bent the wrong way. Her mouth curved too wide. And her eyes, no, not eyes. Cavities filled with teeth. Tiny sharp teeth, all clicking and twitching, moving as if tasting the air. She smiled in the reflection. No, not a smile. A grin made for tearing, not joy. And then she raised her hand. In the mirror. Only in the mirror. Outside the glass, the room was empty. But inside it, her finger pointed again, straight at me. Something deep in my chest twisted. A memory surged forward. One I'd buried beneath years of silence and self-delusion. The night we dared each other to enter. The night the door creaked open on its own. The moment Claire screamed from the upstairs hallway, claiming she'd seen someone watching her from the closet. The sound of the basement door clicking shut behind us. And then the last thing we heard from Mikey before he went silent forever, she said her name's Emily. I stumbled backward, snapping out of the trance. The mirror cracked, just a hairline fracture, but it split directly through her face. I turned and bolted for the door, not even caring that the knob had rusted over with time. I gripped it and twisted. It opened. Too easily, like the house wanted me to leave. But the second the door swung open, I froze again. The outside wasn't the same. Not the same as when I arrived. The car was gone. The street was gone. There was no moon, just trees. Endless, dense forest that stretched in every direction, swallowing the sky, pressing against the porch like a silent army. But Hollow Creek Road had never looked like this. The Brody house sat at the edge of the old development, half a mile from a gas station, less than 2 minutes from the highway. But now it floated alone in a sea of gnarled trunks and twisted roots. The forest had moved in, or maybe the house had moved out. The wind shifted, carrying with it a sound I hadn't heard since I was 13. That same wheezing laugh. High-pitched. Hollow, like air pushing through broken lungs. I slammed the door shut before I realized what I was doing, and the house laughed. Not loudly. Just a creak in the walls, a sigh in the ceiling, but it felt like laughter. I tried to calm my breath, but it wouldn't steady. That voice on the phone, "She remembers you, Ben," wasn't just a warning. It was a sentence. I was marked now. Drawn back into a story I never understood, back into a nightmare that didn't end when I left 17 years ago. And now I had to face it. There was one place I hadn't checked. Upstairs. The place Claire vanished. Even the stairs remembered. They groaned the same way they had all those years ago. One in particular let out a long, breathy moan that always made us giggle nervously as kids. But there was no laughter now, only tension. Every step upward felt like I was being pulled deeper, not higher. At the top of the stairs, the hallway stretched longer than it should have. 4 doors. 2 on each side. The third on the right was Claire's. The room she picked that night, right before everything turned. As I passed the first door, it swung open by itself. I didn't want to look. But I did. Inside was a bedroom, untouched by time. The sheets were made, the books on the shelf stacked neatly. A stuffed bear sat on the dresser, one eye dangling by a thread. But on the wall across from the bed, something had been drawn in what looked like charcoal, or blood. An enormous circle, with lines and symbols I didn't recognize, overlapping and intersecting like they'd been scratched in a frenzy. In the center, written in jagged scrawl, was one word, EMLI. I backed out, heart hammering, and moved to the second door. It didn't open, but it whispered, "Help!" Claire's voice. I was sure of it. I grabbed the handle. Cold. I twisted. Locked. But something inside moved. Something dragged. I kept going. Third door, Claire's room. This one was open, barely. Just like that night. Inside, the layout was nearly the same. Twin bed against the far wall. Desk by the window. Closet door slightly ajar. I remembered the flashlight beam sweeping past that closet, catching just a glimpse of something hunched in the shadows. Claire had screamed. Said she saw a girl staring back at her. We laughed. Called her a chicken. She stopped talking after that. Never said another word until she disappeared the next morning. Not from the room. Not from the house. From everything. No one ever found her. Now, stepping into that room, I felt it again. Like the air thickened. I approached the closet slowly. My breath sounded too loud. My heartbeat echoed in my ears. The door creaked as I pushed it open. Empty. Just dust, broken hangers, and old boxes. Until I looked down. Scratched into the wooden floor were dozens of fingernail marks. Digging. Desperate. And a single tooth. A child's tooth. Still bloody. I staggered back, bile rising in my throat, and that's when the music started. Down the hall. The fourth door. It opened by itself. A faint lullaby echoed from inside. Something old, off-key. Like a music box winding down. I had never been in that room. None of us had. It was sealed that night. Nailed shut, I remember, as if someone had tried to trap something inside. But now, it welcomed me. Inside was a nursery. Rocking chair still moving. Crib empty but stained with something dark. On the wall, children's drawings. Crude stick figures, some smiling, some screaming. One drawing showed the house. Another showed a girl inside it. Then another, with the girl surrounded by black stick figure people. In every picture, her eyes were drawn as mouths. Sharp, toothy mouths. In the corner of the room was a mirror. Not like the one downstairs. This one was hand-held. Cracked. Lying face down on the floor. I picked it up, turned it over. No reflection. Just a word etched into the glass from behind. Tiradi. The lights exploded. Not turned off, exploded. Sparks flew from the ceiling as bulbs burst one after another in a chain reaction down the hallway. The nursery went black. I turned, stumbled out, barely able to see. But as I reached the stairs, the temperature dropped again, and then I saw her, standing at the bottom. The girl, Emily. Not in the mirror this time. In the flesh. Or what was left of it. She stared up at me with those same hollow sockets, filled with writhing teeth. Her smile never moved, but the teeth inside those eyes shifted constantly, like they were chewing through memories. Her hands dangled at her sides, fingers too long, joints bending inward. She didn't move, just waited. I didn't dare step down. Then she whispered, not out loud, inside my head. Trade, a name for a name. A life for a life. The wall's blood. Yes, blood. Dark rivulets dripping down the floral wallpaper, seeping from every seam. Every crack, every corner. The house had come alive. It wasn't just haunted. It was the haunting. Every plank of wood, every nail, every inch breathed with the memory of what it had taken. I turned and ran back into Claire's room. The closet. I didn't know why. Maybe instinct, maybe fear. I dove into it and slammed the door behind me. Darkness again, heavy, choking. And in that dark I heard them, the voices. Children, hundreds of them, all whispering, overlapping, crying, laughing, screaming, and one voice that cut through them all. Claire, she's not done, Ben. She never was, you left us. Then silence, not a natural silence, a vacuum. Everything stopped. And then knocking. From inside the closet wall. 3 slow knocks. From the other side of a place no door should lead. And then a final whisper, this time from right behind me. She gets stronger when you forget. The wall split open. Not a door, just a seam. And something waited beyond it. Not Emily. Something worse. And I knew in that moment. I wasn't just remembering. I was being fed to it. It was the sound of tearing that broke the silence. Not paper. Not wood. Something softer. Wetter, like skin being peeled away. The seam in the closet wall stretched downward, slow and soundless now, revealing a hollow beyond it that made no architectural sense. A hallway, black, slick, glistening like something alive. No walls, Only a narrow passage of damp stone and shadows that throbbed as if they had veins. And just beyond that threshold, I felt something watching, not from the front, from every angle, through the walls, through the cracks in my memory. I should have run, but fear does strange things. It doesn't always push you away, it pulls you deeper. You tell yourself one more step, like you're in control, like turning around is still an option. But when I crossed that line into the tunnel, I knew I wasn't making decisions anymore. I was being led. The stone beneath my feet wasn't quite stone. It flexed just slightly with every footfall. The air smelled thick with mildew, rot, and something else. Burnt hair, maybe, or scorched teeth. My flashlight, which hadn't worked in hours, flickered to life the moment I crossed the seam, glowing a sickly yellow, its beam short and shivering. That's when I saw them. Names. Carved into the walls. Thousands of them. Not etched neatly. Scraped, ragged, angry. Some were small, like a child had written them. Some were deep, as if someone had clawed them in over hours, maybe days. And every one of them was familiar. Kids from school who vanished without reason. Local stories about missing hikers. Names I remembered from milk cartons. They were all here, and then mine. Not just once. Over and over. Bien. Bien Jamin. Bien. Ben. Bien. Some scratched so deep the wall bled black behind them. My knees buckled. That was when the voice came again. But this time it wasn't Emily's. It wasn't even a child's. It was lower. Rough. A voice that scraped across the inside of my head like a jagged knife. She took your voice once. Now she wants your name. I turned, but no one was behind me. The passage stretched endlessly in both directions now, impossible to say which way I'd come from. My flashlight blinked again, dimmed. For a moment, it caught something, movement ahead, fast, thin, like a body pulled just out of view. I called out, not meaning to. Claire. Nothing. Then, a whisper. Ben. It was her, soft, hesitant. It sounded real, not like the voices before. This one sounded alive. I sprinted forward, driven by something that wasn't reason. Hope. Guilt? Maybe both. The hallway narrowed until I had to stoop. The walls began to pulsate gently, as if breathing. Then they closed in tighter, scraping my shoulders, tightening with every step, until I couldn't move at all. Then I heard her again. Ben, I'm here, right in front of me. But I couldn't see her. I pressed forward, grunting, forcing myself through. The walls fought back. Something warm and wet trickled down my arm. Blood, maybe. I didn't stop. And then, without warning, the tunnel opened. A chamber. Round, vast. Lined with mirrors. Shattered, warped, suspended in the air without strings or frames, each one spinning slowly. And in every shard faces. Crying, screaming. Some silent mouths open eternally. Others whispering things I couldn't understand. They looked real. Trapped. Like each mirror held a soul trying to claw its way back. And right at the center, on a stone slab, lay Claire. Eyes closed, mouth slightly open, alive, but not. I ran to her, heart hammering against my ribs. Her chest rose and fell, slow but steady. Her face was pale, lips tinged blue, and her fingers twitched like they were trapped in a dream. Claire, I breathed. Her eyes snapped open. She gasped, then screamed. No, cease here! Too late! The air turned to ice. Every mirror stopped spinning. And one by one, they cracked. Not shattered. Not broken. Cracked. Each mirror split right down the center with a deafening sound like bones snapping. And from the edges of the chamber, she emerged. Not a girl. Not anymore. Emily, she had grown. Or evolved. Or maybe this was what she'd always been. 10 feet tall, hunched, limbs stretched and thin like old rope soaked in oil. Her hair floated around her like it was underwater, and her face, God, her face, was stitched from dozens of others. Eyes that didn't match, mouths along her cheeks, a nose that blinked, teeth in every crevice, snapping and clicking, as if they'd grown hungry from years of silence. She didn't walk, she glided. Claire screamed again. I grabbed her, tried to pull her from the slab, but her skin was stuck to it. Fused. She cried out in pain as I tugged harder, and Emily came closer, floating above the cracked mirrors, her many mouths whispering the same word again and again, Taradi, Turardi, Turardi. Then I understood. The mirror, the one I picked up, the word etched in glass. I still held it, somehow. Emily stopped. All her mouths froze mid-whisper. Claire sobbed. "You can't give her yours, Ben, please, don't." But Emily wasn't looking at me anymore. She was looking at the mirror. Or through it. And for the first time, I saw fear in her eyes. Claire whispered, "She's bound to reflection. That's the only place she can be hurt." Something surged inside me, a heat I hadn't felt in years. Anger, determination, the will to fight. I raised the mirror. Emily screamed, not from her mouths, from everywhere. The chamber, the mirrors, the walls. The sound of it shook the air. I aimed the reflection at her, and her skin began to blister, boil, peel away in sheets of smoke and ash. Her arms stretched toward me, but couldn't reach. Her body recoiled, contorted in agony. I shouted, "I Ramambiar, yo!" The mirror cracked further, and light poured from it, pure blinding. Emily howled as the skin on her face sloughed off, revealing raw muscle beneath. Her eyes exploded in bursts of black smoke. She crumbled inward, howling until the sound became silence. Then, darkness, total and immediate. I fell. No sense of time, no sense of self. Just the slow fall into nothing. And then, I woke up. On the floor of the Brody house, daylight shining through the broken window. Claire beside me, eyes open, alive. We didn't speak for a long time. We sat in silence, listening to the house creak around us. It felt different now, quieter, like something had been exorcised, or maybe just gone dormant again. But as we rose to leave, I noticed something. The wall by the door. New names, freshly carved, CLIR, Ben, both crossed out, and beneath them, one final word, etched clean and straight, REMMBR. Claire saw it too. We didn't speak about it. We just walked out of the house. This time, the road was there. My car was there. The world was there. But as we drove away, neither of us looked back, because we knew she wasn't gone. She was watching, waiting. And in time, she would want another name. You can tell yourself it's over, that it's all behind you. But the truth sits in your bones. You know when something is still watching, still waiting. And the thing about evil, the kind that doesn't rot, doesn't age, is it never really dies. It waits, shifts, finds cracks to seep through. That was the only thought I could hold as I drove away from the Brody house with Claire sitting beside me, silent, staring out the window with the same 1,000-yard gaze I remembered from our childhood. We didn't speak during that ride. Didn't talk about the mirrors, the voices, the thing that called itself Emily. We didn't need to. Because in the silence between us, her voice still whispered. We thought leaving would be the end. But the end never looks like you expect. It wasn't fire. It wasn't blood. It was what came after. Quiet changes, things you wouldn't notice unless you were paying attention. At first, it was small. My phone would ring with no caller ID and a voice whispering my name before cutting out. Lights flickered when I passed mirrors. My own reflection would linger a beat too long after I turned away. Claire told me hers smiled when she didn't. We tried to ignore it, tried to forget, and that's when it started getting worse. The first to vanish was Officer Reed. He was the one who filed the original missing persons report the night Claire disappeared 17 years ago. An old man now, retired, rarely left his house. But 3 days after we returned from the Brody house, he vanished. No signs of forced entry. House locked from the inside. Coffee still warm. The only thing they found was a single word scrawled into the fog bathroom mirror, RTRAE. Claire found the story online, sent me the link at 2 a.m. We didn't speak even then, just stared at our screens, knowing exactly what it meant. The second was worse. A girl named Mia, a college freshman, lived only 2 towns over, reported missing after a late-night jog. Her body was found outside the Brody house, even though that place had been sealed and declared off limits again. Authorities said it was vandals, a sick joke, but I saw the photos. Not the ones on the news, the real ones. A friend in the local force texted me a handful before they got pulled. The girl's mouth had been stitched shut, with hair. Black strands knotted through her lips in a pattern I recognized from the basement walls. I called Claire the moment I saw them. She answered after one ring. "She's back," I said. "No," Claire whispered. She never left. We agreed to meet at her apartment. Neutral ground, familiar, warm, with no cracks in the foundation or hidden closets. Still, when I got there, Claire was already burning every mirror in the house. She had 2 in the bathtub, shattered and doused in lighter fluid. I didn't stop her. We watched the flames eat through silver, back glass as black smoke curled up into the ceiling vent. And for the first time since our return, Claire finally said what we both had been thinking: she's not bound to the house anymore. Something changed the night we escaped that tunnel. When I held up the mirror and shouted her name, I thought I was ending it. But maybe I opened something, freed her. The reflection world, the mirror world, it cracked. And through those cracks, she could move. Claire confirmed what I feared. She'd been hearing things too. Late at night, when she was just between sleep and waking, a voice whispered from the bathroom. Sometimes it was mine. Sometimes it was Mikey's. Sometimes it was her own voice, speaking words she didn't remember knowing. And always, at the end, came the same phrase: a name for a name. A life for a life. We had broken the chain. And now, something had to fill the space we left behind. That night, we dug. We went through old records, microfilms, forgotten corners of the internet. We found things no one should have been able to find: police reports buried by time, news articles archived and then mysteriously deleted. Names, so many names: children, teenagers, even adults, all gone missing within a few miles of the Brody house over a 70-year span. The pattern was obvious once you looked. Every 6 to 8 years, clusters of vanishings, and then silence, like the town would forget and the cycle would begin again. But there was something else: a diary. Claire found it buried deep in an online paranormal forum, a scanned set of pages written by a girl named Emily Wren, dated 1954. My hands shook as I read them. The diary started normal enough. Talks of school, family, loneliness. A girl ignored, dismissed. Then the shift. Strange dreams. Her reflection whispering things she hadn't said, faces behind her when she brushed her hair. A growing fear that she wasn't alone in her skin. The final entry was short, jagged, written in a different hand. They said if I gave them my name, they'd let me stay. Below it, a smear of what looked like dried blood. We stared at the page for hours. Claire finally said it aloud. She was the first. Emily had traded herself, her identity, to whatever was inside that mirror world, and in doing so, she became its anchor. But names, we realized, had power. They weren't just labels. They were doors. Open one, and something might crawl through. That's why the mirrors mattered. Why they held faces. They weren't reflections. They were traps. Each victim hadn't just died. They'd been stored. The Brody house had been the hub, a factory for feeding her. But now, with the cracks spreading, she didn't need it anymore. Claire looked at me with hollow eyes. She's going to build another, somewhere else. She just needs names. And suddenly, we knew why our names were carved into the wall that day. We weren't survivors. We were promises. That night, Claire went to sleep on the couch, mirrorless, surrounded by salt lines and lit candles. I stayed awake, scrolling through forum posts, trying to connect the threads. But around 3 a.m., I heard her scream. I ran into the room. She was sitting up, pale, soaked in sweat, her eyes wide, mouth open, whispering. They said we owe them, that we were marked. She's hungry, Ben. She's starving. I grabbed her shoulders. It's just the dream. It's the house, still messing with us. But then she looked at me and I saw something I hadn't before. Fear, yes, But worse, recognition. Ben, she whispered, voice trembling. You're not the one who escaped. You traded. I saw it in the dream. You gave her Mikey. The room spun. I stepped back. No, I muttered. I didn't. I couldn't. But the images rushed back, that final night. The screaming, the light, me holding the mirror, shouting her name, and Mikey nowhere to be found. I didn't remember making a trade. But maybe you don't always choose. Maybe the house chooses for you. Suddenly, every whisper made sense. Every message scratched in condensation. She remembers you. You forgot something. It wasn't a warning. It was a debt collector, and the balance. Still due. I sank to my knees as Claire wrapped a blanket around herself, rocking back and forth, repeating a single word under her breath. Mikey, Mikey, Mikey. Then the lights flickered. Every bulb in the apartment stuttered in rhythm. Tap, 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 from the bathroom. Claire's head snapped up. No, she whispered, not again. We stood slowly, moved as one. We opened the bathroom door. The mirror was back. We had burned it, shattered it. But it stood there, whole, hanging where it had been before. And written in fog on the glass, a phrase I'll never forget, YOUOBUEUSTWO. The lights blew, and everything went dark. It wasn't just the words on the mirror. It was the way they breathed. The condensation didn't just fog over glass. It pulsed. It exhaled. Every letter read with heat and cold at once, as though someone stood behind the glass whispering through it. YOUOBUEUSTWO. That was the message. That was the sentence. Claire and I didn't say anything. What was there to say? We stared at it, and the message stared back. I don't know how long we stood there. Time bends when fear takes hold. Every second stretches out, like the house from before. Every hallway. Every room larger than it should be, darker than it had any right to be. That mirror, which had no right to exist anymore, gleamed as if freshly hung. Its frame was no longer the simple chrome rectangle Claire had bought from a dollar store. It had grown. Long fingers of black wood curled at its corners now, like charred roots wrapping around the edges. Something had built this, planted it, watered it with names. Claire reached for the mirror first. I stopped her. She looked up at me, and her voice was barely a whisper. She'll just keep coming. She's bluffing, I said, not believing it for a second. If she could have taken us, she would have done it already. Claire's eyes didn't move. She's not done feeding on Mikey. Not while you're still walking free. It felt like someone hit me in the chest. The guilt had been growing like mold, soft and slow and damp at the edges of my mind. But hearing it aloud, that maybe I didn't escape, that maybe Mikey was given in my place, that was rot. That was a stain too dark to scrub. Then something strange happened. The mirror's surface rippled, not like a regular reflection. This was deeper. The way puddles react when something stirs beneath them. And then, suddenly, a face emerged, pushing forward from within like a mask trapped in gel. It was Mikey, aged, gaunt, but unmistakably him. Claire screamed. I staggered back, knocking over a lamp. Mikey didn't move. He just looked, eyes wide with agony, or maybe warning. His mouth opened, stretching too far, and black smoke poured out, coating the mirror from the inside. It spiraled and pulsed, and from that smoke came another face. Emily. But not as we remembered her. She was becoming something else. The hair was longer now, floating unnaturally. Her skin was cracked like porcelain. Deep fissures running across her cheeks and down her neck. Her eyes no longer held teeth. They were empty, reflective, and the moment her gaze found mine, I felt it like a hook behind my eyes. A pull, a tug toward her, and then she spoke. This wasn't the whispering from dreams, or the voices in the walls. This was direct, spoken through the mirror, words crashing into our world like shards of falling glass. You broke the line. You shattered the order. One was taken, one returned. The debt is unbalanced. My knees gave out. I felt Claire beside me, gripping my arm, grounding me with the only real thing in the room. I whispered, "We didn't know." The face of Emily twisted. Tilted. You forgot. Behind her, Mikey's face twisted in silent agony. He began to melt into the blackness again. His features pulled away, dissolving into the surface like oil into water. Claire rushed forward.
Wait!
Take me instead. The mirror screamed. A shrill, layered wail, hundreds of voices all crying at once. The lights overhead burst into sparks. The mirror shattered outward, exploding in a ring of sharp glass and smoke. Then silence. Real silence. Smoke curled in the air like it didn't know where to go. Claire's cheek bled from a shallow cut, and I was already brushing shards off my arms and legs, too shocked to even feel pain. But the mirror was gone. The wall behind it bare. We should have felt relief. But that's not how curses work. That's not how she works. I could feel it. Like pressure in the air before a storm. We weren't released. We were delayed. A move had been made. Something had shifted. And something was coming. We spent the next day sealing every mirror in the apartment. Not just covering them, removing them. We ripped the doors off medicine cabinets. Tossed phones with black screens in a drawer. Even unplugged the TV. It didn't matter that it felt paranoid. It didn't matter that we knew. Deep down, it was already too late. Then the phone rang. Not Claire's. Not mine. The landline. She didn't have a landline. We stared at it, sitting dusty on the wall by the fridge, silent all this time until now. The screen blinked once. No number. Just one word. PMNT. Claire picked up. I reached for her arm, but she had already raised the phone to her ear. She didn't speak. Only listened. Then her eyes welled with tears, and she dropped the phone like it burned her. Who was it? I asked. She turned to me. All my dad. Her father had died in a car crash when we were 16, crushed under a collapsed overpass, instant, no warning. But Claire had always insisted she heard him say goodbye. Heard his voice whisper her name, at the exact moment it happened. Even though she was hundreds of miles away. Now, she said nothing else. Just picked up her keys. I know where she's going. We drove in silence again. But it wasn't like before. The weight in the car had doubled. Something had joined us. Something invisible, but thick enough to clog your lungs. Claire didn't explain where we were headed until we were already halfway across the county line. There's a house, she finally said. A girl disappeared from it last week. No one's talking about it yet. Not on the news. But my aunt lives 2 blocks over. She heard the screams. Another Brody house, I asked. No, she whispered. A mirror house. I didn't understand at first, but as we pulled up to the property, an old Victorian buried beneath gnarled trees and overgrown ivy, I saw it. Mirrors. Dozens of them. In the windows. On the porch. Hanging from tree branches by rusted chains. Some small, hand-held. Others full length, cracked and yellowed. The wind made them clink and shift, creating a symphony of broken reflections. It wasn't just a house. It was a temple. She's building another home, Claire said. One for all her voices. I stepped onto the porch and immediately felt the pressure in my ears, like I was diving underwater. The mirrors didn't just reflect. They recorded. As I passed one, I saw myself not in the present, but as I'd looked in that tunnel. When Emily whispered my name, another mirror showed Mikey trapped in endless agony. Another, Claire, alone in the hallway of the Brody house, crying for help. She was collecting them. Moments, pain, names. The door creaked open on its own. We went inside, and the house welcomed us like it had been waiting. Because it had, and somewhere deep inside Emily was smiling. The moment we stepped inside, the door slammed shut behind us with a force that shook the floorboards. Not the wind. Not a trick of air pressure. This house knew we were here. The hallway before us stretched far too long, with each wall lined top to bottom in mirrors. Not a single picture frame, not a bare spot, just glass. Tall, wide, circular, cracked, scorched, fog, all staring back at us with distorted versions of ourselves. The air inside was frigid and damp, like a forgotten cellar, and yet it smelled sweet. Sickly sweet, like old fruit fermenting, hiding rot under sugar. Claire flinched and turned away from the nearest mirror, where her reflection blinked even though she hadn't. I forced myself to keep my eyes down. I didn't want to see who, or what, might be staring back through me. We walked in silence, every step heavier than the last. The hallway seemed to move with us. Not shift, follow. We never passed any doorways, but somehow the walls kept changing. First lined with cheap gold-framed mirrors, then ornate wooden ones, then black, angular shards that looked like teeth. Each one gave off faint whispers, unintelligible but steady, like voices behind a wall of water. It was like walking through a throat that wanted to swallow. Claire stopped suddenly. Her hand gripped my wrist so tightly it hurt. Look, I raised my eyes. Just ahead, one of the mirrors was glowing. Not a light behind it, not a reflection, a glow. A faint, pulsing amber, like an ember in dying coals. Inside, I saw a room that wasn't ours. Not in this house. Not anywhere. It was a nursery. Familiar. The same one we'd seen in the Brody house. The rocking chair moved. The mobile above the crib spun. And in the corner of the reflection, half hidden in shadows, sat a figure with a white dress and black hair covering her face. Emily, but not just sitting, rocking. Back and forth, back and forth. Her mouth didn't move, but the whispering grew louder, and this time it was clearer. A name for a name, a life for a life. I reached out. Claire slapped my hand away. She wants you to touch it. How else are we supposed to stop her? I hissed, barely able to keep my voice steady. We need to go through. Claire's jaw tightened. What if you don't come back? I didn't answer. Because I wasn't sure I would. I took a deep breath and pressed my fingers against the mirror. It melted around them. Soft. Warm. Like sliding through flesh. I turned to Claire. Stay here. If something happens. She stepped forward. We're not splitting up again. Not this time. She pressed her hand to the mirror beside mine, and it accepted her too. The glass spread like rippling water, and we fell through. There was no transition. No sensation of passing from one space to another. 1 second, we were inside the hallway. The next, we were standing in that nursery. It was exactly like before. Dust in the air, cracked wallpaper, a faint music box melody playing from nowhere. The same children's drawings on the wall, but now there was something new. The crib wasn't empty. Inside, bundled in yellowed cloth, was a shape that moved. We both stared at it. Neither of us breathed. Claire moved first. She crept forward, one step at a time, and peered inside. Her gasp shattered the silence. I rushed to her side. Inside the crib wasn't a baby. It was a face. A single human face. Mikey's, stitched into a pillow of skin, blinking slowly, mouth sewn shut with black thread. His eyes pleaded without moving. His breath was shallow, like a flickering candle ready to die out. Claire turned away, gagging, but I couldn't. I reached into the crib and touched his cheek. It was cold, too cold. And then, the room went black, completely, utterly, gone. The music stopped. The whispering stopped. Even our own breathing sounded like it was being swallowed by the dark. Then, behind us, the floorboards creaked. Once, twice, a third time. Something was coming. A soft scraping sound, like bare feet dragging along wood. I grabbed Claire's hand. She was shaking. I pulled her behind me just as a dim light rose in the corner of the room. There she was, Emily. Not hiding, not pretending. Full height now. A towering figure of stitched flesh, her dress soaked at the hem. Her face an amalgamation of every child she'd ever taken. And in the center, her original face, pale and sharp, twisted with something close to triumph. She lifted her hand. "Debt lingers," she said in a voice that wasn't hers. Deeper. Male. Female. Everything. You broke the chain. You left the door open. Claire stepped beside me. Voice steady but hollow. You made the rules. You traded names. You fed on them. That wasn't us. Emily tilted her head. You fed her first. You gave her your friend. That makes you mine. I stepped forward, heart hammering. Then take me. Claire shouted, "Ben, no!" I traded him without knowing. I didn't mean to, but I did. If someone has to pay, let it be me. Emily's mouth split into a wide grin. Rows of two small teeth shimmered in the dim light. Willing blood always tastes best. She reached forward, but Claire stepped between us. You don't get to choose anymore. And she did something I didn't expect. She took out the shard of mirror she'd hidden in her jacket. One we'd kept, just in case. She held it up and slammed it into her own arm, dragging the edge deep across her skin. Her blood hit the ground, and the nursery screamed. The walls bent inward. The floor cracked. Every inch of wallpaper peeled back in a wave, and Emily reeled, clutching her head, staggering back. The air filled with whispers, thousands of them, voices pouring out of the walls, the crib, the floorboards. Names and screams and sobs. The room began to spin, and one by one, mirrors burst into existence around us, floating mid-air like spinning coins. In every one, a different version of Emily, young, old, monstrous, childlike, twisted and fought and burned. The house could no longer contain her. Too many reflections. Too many versions. Too much truth bleeding in all at once. Claire collapsed to the floor, pale, but conscious. I grabbed her and turned to the crib. Mikey's face was gone, replaced by a single word. Remember, and a doorway, real this time, opened behind us. Not glass. Not illusion, wooden. Real. We stumbled through it as the house caved inward, collapsing under the weight of the echoes it could no longer carry. When we blinked again, we were outside. Midnight. Cold wind. Sirens in the distance. We were back. Not at the Brody house. Not at the Mirror house. Just back. But we weren't the same. We never would be. The reflections would find us again. They always do. Because names are never really forgotten. They wait. They remember. And now we owed more than just blood. We owed stories. Because that's how they feed now. Through memory. Through fear. Through the telling. You can't carry this kind of story and stay whole. That's the thing no one tells you. It doesn't matter if you survive the nightmare. Once you've seen the shape behind the mirror, once it sees you, it marks you. Changes you. You might wake up in your bed, eat your breakfast, pretend to smile at strangers. But something inside you stays twisted, bent just slightly the wrong way, and every reflection becomes a question. Every shadow becomes a possibility. Every silence, a whisper waiting to start again. The Mirror house was gone. Not burnt, not condemned, gone. The property sat empty 2 days later when authorities came poking around. Not a single shard of glass remained. No suit, no foundation, just dirt. As if the earth itself had rejected the memory. But Claire and I knew better. We didn't just walk away from that house. We left something behind. And we brought something back. It started small again. Claire's cut, where she'd slashed herself with the mirror shard, healed faster than it should have. I noticed it the morning after. No bandage, no scabbing, smooth, clean, too clean. When I asked, she didn't even remember doing it. I told her what she'd done, how her blood had triggered the collapse of that impossible place, and she stared at me like I'd spoken a language she never learned. Then her face went blank, pale. She whispered, "I think she took that piece of me." I asked her what that meant. She didn't answer. That afternoon, I caught my reflection watching me again. Not following. Watching. It didn't blink when I did. It didn't move when I moved. And when I leaned in closer, it smiled. Just a little. Just enough. We stayed quiet for a few days. I holed up in my apartment, sealing every mirror, turning screens to the wall, unplugging every device that could mimic reflection. Claire did the same. But fear can't be buried. It only waits. And 4 nights later, it found us again. I was lying on my couch when I heard the phone ring. Not my cell. The landline. The dead one. I hadn't used it in years. I hadn't even paid the bill. But it rang clear, crisp, twice. I didn't move. I just listened. And then it stopped. I should have left it alone. But fear has a way of feeding curiosity. I picked up the receiver. Static. Then a whisper. Ben. The voice was different. Not Emily. Not Mikey. Something more familiar. It sounded like my own, but older, broken, like someone who'd been screaming for days. Then it said, the door never closed. Click. Silence again. I stood frozen for a full minute, trying to make sense of what I'd heard, but it didn't matter what it meant. I knew what it meant. The collapse of the mirror house wasn't an ending. It was a rupture. A crack in whatever had once held that world behind the glass, and something had slipped through. The next day, Claire showed up at my door, eyes wild and red-rimmed. She hadn't slept. She looked like she hadn't blinking in hours. She shoved her phone at me. There was a video on the screen, 6 seconds long. A little girl standing in the middle of Claire's bedroom, filmed from a high angle like someone, or something, was watching from the ceiling. The girl didn't move, didn't speak, just stood. Pale, soaked, her dress tattered at the hem. Emily. Then, right before the clip ended, the girl looked up, straight into the camera. Her mouth didn't move, but my phone buzzed in my hand, a message from an unknown number. Tiradned, CLIMPDNG. Claire swore she never filmed it, never saw the girl, but her apartment had changed. The walls no longer reflected light right. Her ceiling was dripping even when the weather was dry, and she said she kept hearing tapping inside her bedroom mirror. Rhythmic, like someone knocking from the other side, not impatient, not angry, polite, like a caller waiting to be invited in. We stayed at my place that night, locked everything, boarded the windows. But around 3 a.m., the power cut out. No storm, no wind, just darkness. And from my hallway, the soft sound of glass cracking, not shattering, cracking, like it was stretching. We crept forward, flashlight in hand. The bathroom mirror, the one I thought I had removed, was back, hung in the same place. Clean, bright, and worse, active. It was glowing from inside, like a soft pulse. As we stared, something swam to the surface, like an image rising through water. Mikey, not stitched or trapped now, just standing, wearing the same clothes from that night 17 years ago. He raised a hand, not waving, reaching. And then, standing behind him, was me, another version of me, older, pale, dead eyes. And then, it smiled. Claire screamed. The image exploded, spraying glass across the room. I shielded her, and we collapsed backward into the hall. Blood trickled from a cut on my temple, but I didn't feel it. I was staring at the wall where the mirror had been. Another word scratched in the paint. Substitut. That was the moment I understood. Emily wasn't looking to punish us. She was rebuilding, filling the cracks, finding new mirrors, new faces, new names. But she wasn't just taking any more. She was choosing, testing us, pitting versions of ourselves against the people we used to be. She didn't just want fear. She wanted submission. That's when I realized I had seen that version of myself before, in dreams, in reflections. A shadow that trailed just behind the glass. A self who had stayed in the Brody house all those years ago. Who had never left. Who had made the real trade. What if Emily hadn't let me go? What if she had split me? Left the guilt behind. Sent the rest into the world like a walking reminder of the debt. Claire whispered beside me, still shaking. She's not just building a house anymore. I turned to her. She's building a mirror of us. Every time we look away, every time we forget, she grows stronger. And now she's not alone. Because if she's reflecting us, then we're not just haunted. We're being replaced. There are certain rules we all follow without ever thinking. Don't stare too long into the dark. Don't answer the phone after midnight if it doesn't ring right, and never trust your reflection when it moves just a second too slow. Those rules keep your mind from tearing at the seams. But once you've broken them, once you've seen what waits behind the glass, there's no pretending anymore. The lies you told yourself stop working, and the reflection starts watching you for real. We didn't sleep that night. Not really. After the mirror shattered and the word substitut appeared on the wall, Claire and I sat in the living room, arms wrapped around our knees. backs to the walls so nothing could sneak up behind us. The apartment felt smaller somehow, like the rooms were folding in on themselves. Every shadow stretched too far. Every silence had weight. I don't remember blinking. I just remember that humming sound. The one that had followed us from the Brody house to the Mirror house and now, somehow, into my home. It wasn't even a real sound. It was felt deep in the chest, a vibration in the ribs like something pacing beneath the floor. Claire didn't speak much. Her hand kept twitching. Every now and then she'd whisper to herself, too quiet for me to hear. I recognized the look in her eyes. It was the same one I'd seen in Mikey's reflection before he vanished. A kind of surrender. Not to fear, to memory. As if the truth was too heavy to carry anymore, and now it was dragging her under. Around 5 a.m., the sun tried to rise. But it never really got light. The sky stayed that deep, storm-washed gray, like morning had forgotten how to happen. I tried turning on the news, just for some scrap of reality. But the TV didn't show the news. It turned on, sure, glowed bright. But it wasn't connected to anything, just static, and then a face began to form. Not suddenly, like frost creeping across glass, features slowly emerged from the static blur, a mouth, a nose, and then eyes, wide, sunken, too large for the face. The lips twitched, then parted. I turned off the TV. It stayed on. Claire stood up, without a word, and grabbed the baseball bat I'd kept beside the couch since our return from the Brody house. She swung once, hard, cracking the screen. The light died. The hum faded. But the sense of being watched didn't. That was when we knew. This wasn't about mirrors anymore. It had spread. Screens. Windows. Water. Anything that could reflect. She wasn't hiding behind silver glass now. She was everywhere. You know what this means, right? Claire asked, voice dry and hoarse. She's moving through the cracks. We're not the only ones. I nodded slowly. She's building her version of us. Claire looked down. No, she's replacing us. And then she said something that made my blood stop moving. I've been dreaming in third person. I blinked at her. I see myself in the dream. Not from behind my eyes. Like I'm watching me live my life. She swallowed hard. And I think she's showing me what the other Claire is doing. I didn't want to believe it, but I'd felt it too. That slip of identity, those sudden gaps in thought, the growing distance between who I thought I was and what I seemed to be doing. I couldn't explain it, but I remembered opening doors I never touched, finding notes I didn't write, scratches on the floor that didn't match my shoes. We weren't haunted. We were bleeding into other versions of ourselves. Each of us mirrored, copied, split. And some of those versions had already taken our place. That night, Claire had another dream. She didn't scream, didn't thrash. She just sat up, eyes wide, mouth moving soundlessly. I watched her from the couch, frozen with dread, her head tilted to the side, like listening to a voice no one else could hear. Then she turned to me and said, in a voice that wasn't hers, "You're not the original anymore." I stood, backed away. She blinked. Her face shifted, just slightly, and the real Claire came back. She gasped, clutching her chest, whispering. She was inside me. I helped her to the bathroom to splash water on her face. She wouldn't look in the mirror. I didn't blame her. I covered it with a towel, but the towel moved, on its own. It slid down the mirror like fingers tugging the edge, slow and precise, until the glass was exposed again, and in that reflection, Claire wasn't beside me. I wasn't even me. The bathroom behind us was clean, empty, sterile, as if untouched by the world, and staring back at me was the Ben I'd seen before, the other one. His face split into a grin. He raised his hand and held up a finger. One. Claire saw it too. "What does it mean?" she whispered. I didn't need to guess. One left. One trade. One claim. One last substitute before the mirror world became real enough to consume the original. "She's not killing people anymore," I muttered. "She's rewriting them." Claire's voice trembled. "What happens when she finishes?" We both knew. The mirror doesn't just reflect, it remembers. And when memory becomes stronger than reality, reality bends. The phone rang again. I didn't move to answer it. Claire did. She picked it up, held it to her ear, and listened for a long time. Then she spoke, voice cold. "How many do you need?" A pause. Her eyes widened. Then she said, "That's not possible." And she hung up. I stepped toward her. What did she say? Claire's hands shook. She doesn't want just names anymore. She turned toward me, pale as paper. She wants stories, lives, full ones. She wants us to forget who we were and accept who she made. I stared at her, horrified. And if we don't? Claire's voice dropped. She'll keep rewriting reality until no one remembers the difference. I walked to the window. Outside, the world looked normal, but it felt staged. The birds weren't moving right. The wind blew in perfect loops. Cars passed at exactly the same interval, like a film on loop. She was already changing it. We'd taken too long. We weren't escaping anymore. We were walking deeper into her version of the world. The reflection wasn't just in mirrors. It was the world itself now, and the scariest part. I couldn't tell if we were still on the outside looking in, or if we were already trapped behind the glass. It was little things first. The kind of shifts that don't scream, but whisper. Things that made the skin itch, and the mind reel without understanding why. The clock in the kitchen was running backward, not the hands, just the second hand, ticking counterclockwise like it was rewinding a life I no longer remembered living. My fridge had two magnets I'd never seen before. One spelled home E, the other R. I opened the freezer to find it empty. I hadn't eaten what was inside. I hadn't even opened it in days. And yet it sat there, humming with the same low vibration I now recognized as hers. Her signature. Her breath inside the machine. Claire started forgetting words. Not in the usual way. Not like searching for something on the tip of your tongue. She would stop mid-sentence and stare at me, terrified. Like the language had just collapsed under her feet. "Ben," she whispered that morning. "What's the word for? The place where you go to get not medicine, but," her hands waved in the air, as though drawing invisible shapes. "The place with glass walls and sleeping chairs." I stared at her, confused. "Pharmacy?" I guessed. "Clinic." She blinked slowly, then shook her head. "No, I mean, the place I worked. For 4 years. I felt the chill then. Claire didn't work at a place like that. She'd been an artist. A children's book illustrator. Hadn't she? I grabbed my phone, scrolled through old messages, looking for the proof of her life as I remembered it. But the photos were different now. Instead of sketches and half-colored pages, she stood in front of sterile white buildings. Her name was etched on plaques I'd never seen, and every time I tried to remember the last time I saw her draw, I couldn't. Not once. Not one single image in my head. She stared at her hands like they belonged to someone else. "Ben, I think she's erasing me." I didn't know what to say, because the truth hit me just as hard. I'd been remembering things wrong too. I swore I had a scar on my left knee from when Mikey and I climbed the old rusted fence by the train tracks. I remembered it vividly, the way it split open, the stitches, the summer limping around. But when I pulled up my pant leg, the skin was smooth, untouched. I checked old photos. No scar, no injury, no evidence I'd ever fallen at all. We weren't just being watched. We were being rewritten. It wasn't Emily anymore. At least, not just her. She'd become something larger. She wasn't a ghost. Not a cursed child or a haunting or even a demon. She was a system, a process, a machine that took your truth and replaced it with her fiction, bit by bit, breath by breath. And once she had your story long enough, she made it hers. That afternoon, we left the apartment. We had to. It wasn't safe anymore. Not because of her, because of us. Claire had looked in the mirror that morning and saw herself smiling. But she wasn't smiling. Her lips had been still. It was the version inside that was happy. And when she reached out to touch the mirror, the other Claire didn't match the motion. She moved first. We packed nothing. Just left. Walked out into the world hoping it was still ours. It wasn't. Not fully. We drove through the city and the streets didn't look wrong. They looked too right. Too clean. Too neat. The people moved in perfect rhythm. Traffic lights changed exactly on beat. The children in the park laughed in identical pitch, like a laugh track in a sitcom. And the worst part, no one noticed, no one blinked, no one felt it. We pulled over near the old library where Mikey used to ride his bike, the one with the broken fountain out front. But there was no library anymore. Just a sleek, glass-fronted building with no sign, no doors, just reflective windows that stretched 5 stories up and showed a sky that looked a little too blue. Claire whispered, "This is the Mirror City," and suddenly I knew she was right. We hadn't escaped anything. We had crossed over, not willingly, not consciously. But some part of us, maybe that night in the Mirror House, had been left behind, and that part was what held the real world, the rules. The moment we shattered it, we opened the door, and now we were walking in her version of our world, where she could watch us at all times, where people we loved could vanish without a trace, and we'd barely remember they existed, where truth was fragile, where memory was the only weapon left. We checked into a motel far outside the city that night, one with no TVs, no mirrors, no screens, just dusty wallpaper and stiff blankets. Claire started writing in a notebook, frenzied, hand cramping, repeating the same phrases over and over. "My name is Claire. I draw. I'm not a nurse. I'm not her," over and over. I did the same. "Ben Lane. Mikey died. It was my fault. I remember. I remember. I remember." Because we realized something in that room, something vital. If she erases your past, she owns your future. And the only defense left. Remember yourself so loudly she can't overwrite you. That night, I dreamed again. But it wasn't me I saw. It was the other Ben, the one from the mirror. He stood on the edge of a canyon of glass, staring down at an ocean of memories. He turned, smiled, and said, "There's not enough room for both of us." When I woke up, the walls of the motel room were covered in writing. Dozens of hands, dozens of pens. Our handwriting, but not just ours. Versions, fragments, ghosts of who we used to be. Some messages were hopeful. Some begged for help. Some screamed in capital letters. One near the door simply read, "This is her world now." Claire stared at it for a long time. Then she turned to me. There has to be a way back. I wanted to believe her. But even then, I knew. There might not be a back anymore. Only forward. Deeper. Through the mirror. Until we found the original memory that started it all. The trade. The first name. Emily's name. And we knew what we had to do next. We had to go find the girl who gave her story away. And take it back. Somewhere in the space between dreams and waking, between memory and fiction, a little girl whispered a name that didn't belong to her anymore. Emily Wren. That was how it started. That was the seed, the first story traded, the first reflection stolen. And if we were going to have any chance of reclaiming the world as it was, not the cracked mirror version we'd been dropped into, we had to find what was left of her, not the creature she'd become. The original, the girl who made the first deal, the one who believed the voice in the mirror when it said, "You don't have to be alone anymore." We didn't know where to begin, only that we had to go backward. The truth didn't live in screens or in the artificial streets of the Mirror City. It lived in forgotten places, dust, covered, handwritten, analog. Places the digital couldn't touch. Claire remembered reading about Emily Wren's name from an old diary post buried in a fringe forum. A girl from the 1950s, gone missing. Her parents claimed she vanished in her sleep. No break-in, no trace, just gone. The post mentioned a town, Greystone, population 400. A tiny, rotting dot on the edge of the map where the air still tasted like rust and time moved slower than it should. We drove there at dawn. No music, no talk. Just the soft hum of tires against cracked asphalt and the growing feeling that we weren't driving through space. We were driving through memory. The trees leaned closer. The sky looked stretched thin, like old canvas. And I swear the mile markers started counting backward the closer we got to Greystone. Like time itself was folding. When we pulled into the town, it felt like waking up inside someone else's dream. Everything was faded, muted, no movement. The storefronts still had displays, but the mannequins inside were turned toward the glass, as if watching for something. The post office looked abandoned, but not empty. We could feel eyes on us, and every window in every building reflected back not just us, but other versions of us, some with expressions we weren't making. The town library was barely standing, a single brick building with a collapsed roof and broken windows. It felt right. Claire said it out loud. This is where she started. Inside, it smelled like mildew and wet paper. Shelves sagged with age, and some books had already surrendered to mold. But one corner, far in the back, was dry, clean, preserved. Almost like something had protected it. We found an archive room, locked with a rusted chain. Claire smashed it with a rock. No alarms. No one came. Just silence. Inside, rows of filing cabinets. Dusty drawers labeled by decade, 1950, 1959. We opened at newspaper clippings, handwritten notes, ledger entries, and then, there she was, Emily Rose Wren, age 10, missing since September 2nd, 1954. We read the article aloud, even though our voices barely carried. Emily Wren was last seen by her mother, Margaret Wren, tucking herself into bed at 8:32 p.m. The following morning, the child was gone. No signs of forced entry. No signs of struggle. Just an empty bed and a broken mirror at the foot of her dresser. There was a photo attached, black and white. Emily smiling, but in the photo something was off. Her shadow was facing the wrong direction. Claire gasped. I turned to the next page. A letter, written in the scrawl of a 10-year-old. Uneven but chilling. They said I could trade my name, that I could be someone else and they'd keep me safe forever. But now I miss my mom. I think I want to go back. I don't think I can. I heard the voice again. It said the trade is forever. I think I made a mistake. Below the letter was a drawing, a stick figure girl standing in front of a mirror. Inside the mirror, teeth, eyes, black arms reaching out. Claire whispered. She tried to undo it. But the mirror world doesn't do undo. It only duplicates. We searched further, tearing through records, old court transcripts, church logs, anything. And then we found her again. But this time not as a child. A death certificate. Emily R. Wren. Died in 1978 at Greystone Asylum. 34 years old. Official cause of death, cardiac arrest. Unofficial cause, scribbled in the margin by someone brave enough to write what they saw. She died screaming at her own reflection. Claimed it wasn't her. Refused to say her own name for 7 years. Wrote other names. Hundreds. Said she needed to remember them or they'd take her too. I felt cold. Not because of the story, because we'd heard those words before. That's what we had started doing. Writing names. Repeating truths. Holding on to our identities like lifelines. This wasn't just Emily's curse. It was a system built on her first trade. A network of mirrored lives, looping and splitting and replicating. And now it had outgrown her. The thing we'd seen, the Emily we'd faced, wasn't her at all. It was what the trade created. A living algorithm built on fear and forgetfulness. We looked at each other and said the same word at the same time. Her grave. We needed to find the original, the real, buried truth. Because only the original memory could anchor reality. We followed the town records to the Greystone Cemetery, a sprawling, overgrown field of lopsided headstones and wind-warped trees. Crows circled above us in slow spirals. The gate hung off one hinge, whining every time the wind touched it. We found her marker near the edge of the woods. It was plain, worn smooth, but her name was still there, Emily Rose Wren. No epitaph, no quote, just dates, 1954-1978. Claire knelt and placed her hand on the stone. The air shifted, the wind stopped, and from the trees behind us came a voice so soft it could have been breath. I don't want to be her anymore. We turned. And there she was, a child, 10 years old, standing barefoot in the weeds, her dress torn and eyes hollow with something ancient. Not the monster, not the stitched shadow, the real Emily, or what was left of her. She stepped forward, slowly, arms limp at her sides. I remember now, she whispered. But it's too late for me. Claire stepped toward her. No, it's not. Emily shook her head. I gave it away. My name, my face, my story. She used it. She became stronger than me. Then her voice cracked. She doesn't need me anymore. Behind us, the ground rumbled. A mirror began to rise from the earth, tall, monolithic, silver as water and twice as deep. Our reflections stared back, but they twitched when we didn't. Claire grabbed my hand. Emily looked up. She'll offer you a choice, she said. She'll tell you it's your turn to trade. I asked her the only thing that mattered. What happens if we say no? Emily's eyes filled with tears. She'll make you forget that you ever did. And behind the mirror, the other versions of us were already waiting, smiling, mouthing a single word soon. The thing about memory is that it doesn't vanish all at once. It frays. It pulls apart strand by strand, leaving holes you don't notice until you're walking through them. That's what the mirror wants. Not fear, not blood. It wants forgetting. Because once you've lost enough of who you were, there's room for something else to move in. And once it moves in, you move out. We stood at the grave of Emily Rose Wren, the child whose name had built the first doorway between the world we knew and the one behind the glass. The little girl standing before us wasn't a ghost in the usual sense. She didn't flicker. She didn't glow. She breathed. She cast a shadow, and she cried. Real tears, small, salty, human. Which somehow made it worse. She was real. She had been real. And now she was fading. I don't belong here, she said quietly, staring not at her own grave, but at the mirror that had risen from the ground behind us. That world isn't finished with me yet. Claire stepped toward her, her voice gentle. You're not hers anymore, Emily. You remember. That means she's losing. Emily's lip quivered. No, it means she's learning. She's getting faster, smarter. She's not waiting for people to trade anymore. She's taking before they even know the offers on the table. And I thought about what we'd seen. Versions of ourselves with different jobs, different scars, different lives. People who looked like us, but didn't blink when we did, didn't speak the way we spoke, didn't remember what we remembered. She's been replacing people, I said aloud, more to myself than anyone. All over, quietly, Emily nodded. And the ones who get replaced, they don't vanish. I didn't want to ask, but I had to. Then where do they go? She raised one trembling hand and pointed toward the mirror. There. We turned. Inside the glass was a place I couldn't comprehend. It wasn't just a reflection of the cemetery. It was a college of all places. Rooms stacked upon rooms, staircases hanging in the air, mirrors within mirrors creating infinite spirals of repeating versions of lives. In one, I saw Claire rocking in a chair, eyes glazed over. In another, I saw myself screaming into a phone that never worked. People sat at dinner tables frozen mid-bite. Others wrote frantically on the walls of windowless rooms, scrawling names until the ink bled from their fingers. They weren't dead. They were stored, like files on a hard drive, archived. And the worst part, they all looked like they'd forgotten they were even missing. They're waiting to be overwritten, Emily said. When the reflections up here are fully formed, the ones down there get erased. My knees nearly buckled. I saw Mikey in one of the deeper spirals. Eyes closed, his lips moving as if reciting something over and over. I couldn't hear him, but I knew. He was trying to remember. Is there a way to bring them back? Claire asked. Emily hesitated. There's one. She looked down at her own grave. You have to give back the name, the first name. Return it to the source. Claire frowned. What does that mean? It means someone has to go into the mirror world and speak the name where it was first taken. Yours, I said. Emily nodded. But it can't be me. I'm already split. Too thin. I'm not strong enough to hold it. Claire turned to me, and I saw it in her eyes before she said it. She was going to volunteer. No, I said. It has to be one of us, she whispered. You know that. We don't even know if we can come back. We never did. Her words hung there, heavy and final. The mirror pulsed, and the voices began, soft at first, then louder. Our own voices. Arguing, laughing, crying. Every sound we'd ever made, overlapping in a storm of fractured timelines. I'll go, Claire said, stepping forward. Emily moved in front of her. No, not like that. She'll know if you walk in with fear. You have to forget. Just enough to slip past her. Just enough to trick her into thinking you belong. Claire looked back at me. I'm scared, she said. So am I replied. But you're not alone. She reached for my hand, and then she turned and stepped into the mirror. It didn't ripple. Didn't shimmer. It opened like a door made of skin, stretching to let her through, and then it sealed shut. I was alone with Emily again. She won't last long, she said. Her mind is strong, but that world rewrites strength first. It turns it into submission. Then we need to anchor her, I said. How do I keep her memory intact from here? Emily looked at me, sad and far older than any 10-year-old should be. You're right. So I did. I found a rock. I etched Claire's name into her grave. Cleir, Ranels Artiste, Freistar, and beneath it Dio na Farget. The wind howled. The sky above us darkened. And in the mirror, I saw her, Claire, standing in a hallway I didn't recognize. Her reflection walked beside her, whispering in her ear. But she didn't turn. She kept moving forward. She was fighting. But then, something shifted. Claire paused, tilted her head, and her reflection whispered something into her ear. Claire nodded, and my heart stopped, because I saw it, in her eyes. Something else was starting to move in. She's forgetting, Emily whispered. No, I said. No, she can't. But Emily grabbed my wrist, forcing me to look into the mirror again. And this time, Claire's reflection turned and stared at me. And she smiled. Not the real smile. Hers. And I knew then. I didn't have much time. Because once Claire stopped fighting, once she forgot who she really was, the mirror wouldn't need to replace her. It would simply keep her. The smile Claire gave me through the mirror wasn't hers. Not the soft, quiet one I'd seen 100 times, not the one that curved when she caught a joke halfway through my sentence. This smile was all teeth. Wrong. Too practiced. Too slow. Like someone learning how to perform human. And behind that smile, something watched me. Not through her eyes. From beneath them. The reflection had taken hold. Claire, I whispered, pressing my hand to the surface of the mirror. She didn't respond. Her reflection moved a second too late, like it was sensing with a lagging signal. It was subtle, but I knew what it meant. She was slipping. Emily stood beside me, her voice as hollow as the grave she should have stayed in. She's halfway gone already. The mirror's rewriting her memories. Changing the lines in her story. If you don't reach her soon, you won't be able to tell who's who. I backed away from the mirror, breath ragged. Then we go after her. We pull her back. Emily's gaze was flat. You don't understand. It's not a rescue mission. The world behind that glass. It isn't static. It's built to trap you the moment you start to doubt. She didn't just walk into a place. She walked into a story. That was when I saw it again, the flicker in Claire's movements. Like a puppet one tugged too loose. Her reflection walked one way while she hesitated the other. Then she smiled again, and the mirror glitched. For a split second, her face wasn't hers. It was Emily's. Not the child. Not the girl we'd met. The other one. The one with stitched mouths and spiraled eyes and too many arms. Claire blinked, and it was gone. But the message was clear. The deeper she went, the more the mirror took. I gripped the sides of the glass. Then tell me what to do. Tell me how to break this. Emily stared at her own grave for a long time. You don't, not with force. You don't tear down a house made of stories by yelling at the walls. You go inside and you rewrite it from the inside out. I didn't fully understand what she meant, but I didn't have time to ask. Claire's version was still visible inside the glass, walking through a place that looked vaguely like her childhood home. But the colors were wrong. Everything saturated, smeared like wet paint. The photos on the walls showed her smiling beside people I didn't recognize. Faces blurred, and she never noticed. She ran her fingers across the frames like they were real memories. She doesn't know she's in the mirror world anymore, I said. Emily nodded. And once she forgets you, she's gone. Something in me broke then, because I realized the most dangerous part of the mirror wasn't the monsters. It was the forgetting. That was the true trap. The moment you stopped asking questions, stopped checking your own story, stopped trusting your past, the mirror won. I looked down at the grave again. My name wasn't on it, but I knew if I stayed out here, it soon would be. I'm going in. Emily didn't stop me. She only handed me the same shard of mirror Claire once used, the one that still pulsed faintly with light. When you find her, she said, don't just tell her who she is. Remind her who you are too. The mirror surface began to ripple. Cold winds circled the cemetery, pulling leaves into the air. And then I stepped through. It wasn't like stepping into a different place. It was like stepping into a wrong version of one I already knew. I was back in my childhood home, but distorted. The walls were taller. The windows were too narrow. The shadows moved before the light did. The scent in the air wasn't old wood or dust or the lemon cleaner my mom used on weekends. It was perfume, sweet, clinging, sickeningly familiar. And the voices were everywhere, soft, low, repeating the same thing. This is better. This is safe. This is real. I walked the halls, passing memories that weren't mine. Pictures of people wearing my face, living lives I never lived. A wedding photo of me and Claire. A diploma I never earned. A family portrait with children I didn't recognize. Everything looked perfect. Comfortable. Claire was sitting at the kitchen table. She looked up and smiled. Hey. I didn't speak. Not yet. I just watched her. She wore a pale yellow sweater, the one she lost 5 years ago and never found again. She sipped tea. There was no shaking in her hands, no fear in her eyes. She was settled, and that terrified me. I sat down across from her. This isn't real. Her smile didn't falter. Of course it is. You were an artist, I said. You used to draw every morning. You hated tea. You drank black coffee even though it gave you heartburn. She laughed. Ben, don't be silly. I've never drawn in my life. I leaned in. Claire, listen to me. You're forgetting yourself. You walked into the mirror to bring back the first story. Emily's story. You chose to walk into this, and now it's rewriting you. A crack flickered across her expression, but only for a second. I think you need to rest, she said. You're tired. You've been working too hard. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the notebook I'd been keeping since we left the apartment. The one where I wrote everything down. Names, dates, memories, pieces of reality I was terrified of losing. I opened it and placed it in front of her. She looked down, paused, and then her breath caught. Drawings. In her hand, her sketches. Half-colored pages. The ones I knew she made, the ones she forgot. Her fingers trembled as they touched the paper. This I made this, you did, I whispered. Before the mirror. Before the trades. Before you started forgetting. This is you. She blinked hard, and I saw her, the real Claire. For 1 second. Then something behind her growled. Low, rumbling. The kitchen walls began to bend inward. Paint ran like tears. The table cracked. Claire stood up, staggering backward. No, she said. No. I remember. I was there when we found Emily's grave. I remember Mikey. I remember your scar. I grabbed her hand. Then we get out. Now. But the house wasn't a house anymore. It was her. The creature. The force behind the mirror. The thing wearing Emily's stolen name. She rose from the walls. Tall, skin split with seams of teeth, hair like ink that crawled across the floor. Her face was every version of Claire. Every version of me, stitched into a canvas of torment. "You don't get to leave," she hissed. "You were forgotten. You were given away. You're mine now." Claire stepped forward. "No, I gave you nothing. I took my story back." And she threw the notebook into the air. It opened. The pages fluttered. Light exploded. Real light. Not warm. Not cold. True. The mirror creature screamed. Its skin split, and the walls began to collapse. Claire grabbed my hand, and we ran. Through doors that led nowhere. Downstairs that led up. Until we saw it, a fracture in the sky. A tear in the fabric of this false world. We leapt. And just like that, we were back. In the cemetery. Emily was gone. So was the mirror. The grave was undisturbed. Claire sat beside me, breathing hard. She looked down at her hands. They were covered in charcoal. Smudged with ink. She had drawn again. Her first real drawing in weeks. She didn't speak. She didn't need to. We had survived the mirror. But the cracks, they were still there. They always would be. And somewhere out there, so were our reflections. It began again with a smell. Burnt plastic, old rain, and something else, something sour and sweet, like rotting oranges under sun-baked glass. The kind of scent that drags you into memories you didn't even know were still hiding. It hit me 2 nights after we escaped the mirror world. I was alone in the motel room, lights off, watching Claire sleep across from me. She'd been drawing again, slowly reclaiming herself, her real self, smudged lines and hesitant strokes. But that night, her hands had stilled. Her notebook lay open on the dresser, the pen still clutched in her fist, but the page was blank, not erased, drained, as if the memory she was trying to draw had been stolen mid-thought. I turned to the window. The street outside hadn't changed in hours. Same dark sedan parked by the curb, same flickering motel sign, same silence. It was like time had stopped to listen. I stood, walked to the door, and opened it just a crack. The air outside was too still, too thick, and in the parking lot, right where I'd looked only minutes before, stood a child. No movement. No blinking. Just standing. A little girl with long, black hair and a pale dress. Her face wasn't visible, but I didn't need to see it. I knew. She was back. But this time, something was different. She didn't look like a shadow anymore. She looked real, solid. Like she'd crossed over and wasn't planning on going back. I stepped fully outside. The girl didn't move. My feet echoed across the pavement as I walked toward her. Slowly, like I was approaching an animal I didn't want to startle. Halfway there I stopped. Not because I was afraid, though I was, but because I saw something behind her. A door, freestanding. No walls, no building, just a door, warped and wooden, floating 3 inches off the ground, anchored to nothing. And I recognized it. I had seen it before. In dreams. Always half open. Always whispering. Always waiting. The girl raised her hand and pointed toward it. Then she vanished. Not faded. Not blinked out. She peeled away, layer by layer, like she was being unwrapped from inside reality. I stared at the door, heart slamming against my chest. It shouldn't be here. This wasn't a dream. This wasn't the mirror world. This was now. I turned to go back inside, to wake Claire, but something made me stop. A voice, not out loud, inside me. Low, rhythmic, like a heartbeat under the floor. She's still not whole. I didn't ask who she was. I knew. Claire hadn't fully come back. Maybe part of her was still trapped in a version of herself we hadn't rescued. Maybe the mirror didn't need all of her. It just needed enough. And maybe this door was the key to what it still owned. I grabbed a rock from the edge of the parking lot and scrawled 3 words into the side of the motel. Before I left, "Don't follow me." Then I walked through the door, and the world changed again. It was silent. Blacker than darkness, not a place. Not even a void, it was memory. Raw. Disjointed. I floated through rooms I remembered but couldn't name. Felt rain on my face from days I never lived. Heard voices. My mother's, Mikey's, even Claire's. Calling names in loops. Ben, Ben, Ben. But none of them were calling me. They were calling to me. From outside this place. This place wasn't for the living. This was where the mirror world stored everything it didn't want to use yet. Not lost memories, unfinished ones. Rooms without doors. Hallways with no floor. A kitchen filled with laughter and blood. A school desk carved with the word alien over and over. And always reflections. Not mirrors, just surfaces that remembered. Every wall held a face. Some were mine, most weren't. And then I saw her. Claire. Not the Claire I knew. A younger version. Maybe 12, maybe 13. She sat on a swing, hands stained with charcoal, sketchbook on her lap. I approached her slowly. Claire, I whispered. She didn't look up, didn't flinch. She just kept drawing. When I got close enough to see the page, my knees nearly gave out. She was drawing me, but not as I was, as I had been. The exact version of me that stepped into the Brody house 17 years ago, before the trade, before the forgetting, before we lost Mikey. I reached out to touch her shoulder. Her voice stopped me. I was supposed to forget this part. She looked up. Her eyes were hollow. Not empty, too full. Like she held every version of herself and didn't know which one to be anymore. They told me if I drew it, they'd let me keep it. She whispered. Claire, you're not supposed to be here. I never left, she said, smiling sadly. The part of me that loved to draw stayed behind. She didn't want to see the world twist. I crouched in front of her. Then come with me. We fix it. Together. I can't. If I leave, she'll know. I swallowed hard. She already knows. Claire looked past me. Her face turned to panic. She's here. I turned, and the world tore open. The sky above cracked like a screen dropped from too high. And from that fracture, she spilled through. Not Emily. Not the stitched monster. The new one. The version of her that had taken our world. She was radiant now. Sharp. Eyes made of silver. Skin that shimmered like broken glass. She didn't need to hide anymore. She had become the system. A god of forgotten stories. She raised her hand, and the room began to fold. The swing unraveled. The drawings caught fire. Claire screamed. I grabbed her hand. Held on. Pulled her close. Remember your name, I shouted. She wept. I don't know which one is mine anymore. You do, I begged. Say it. Claire, say the rest. She hesitated. The creature moved closer. Claire Reynolds, she shouted. Artist Fagi R. Ryle. The world shook, and a door split open behind us. A real one. Wooden, but real. I pulled her toward it. We ran. And the creature screamed. Every light shattered. Every wall screamed a new name. But we didn't look back. We stepped through and fell. Not down. Up. Out. Into the motel room. Back to the real world. Gasping. Crying. Alive. Claire clutched my hand, blood on her palms from squeezing too hard. And on the wall above the mirror, one last message. She knows the door works now. And just like that, we knew she wasn't done. The door we found. It wasn't special. It was one of many. And now she was building more. Because if she couldn't trick people into trading their names anymore, she'd just take them through doors they didn't know they'd open. The doors are multiplying. That's the only truth we've been able to hold on to since we came back. Every day, there's another one. Not obvious. Never obvious. But once you've seen behind the mirror, you know what to look for. It's in the way a door appears in a place it never belonged, in the sound of hinges groaning in the dead of night, in the dreams where you reach for a doorknob that burns cold against your palm and wakes you up gasping. And once you've opened one, it doesn't matter if you come back out. A part of you stays behind whether you know it or not. After Claire and I escaped the forgotten memory space, we knew we couldn't stay hidden. She was watching us. Not just through reflections, through people. She had begun to leak into the minds of the world she'd once mirrored. That's when we started noticing the changes. Not in us, but in others. At first, it was small. People repeating the same phrases word for word. Conversations we overheard in gas stations, diners, parks, different voices, same scripts. A man telling his wife, "You're not listening because you're afraid to understand," in a perfect monotone. Then, 3 towns over, a mother said the exact same sentence to her son, same inflection, same eerie stillness. It wasn't coincidence, it was broadcast. Something, or someone, was feeding lines into their heads, scripts from a new reality, and the ones who followed them. They weren't just forgetting who they used to be. They were becoming her carriers. The first real proof came from a woman named Teresa. We found her in a coffee shop in Pennygrove, staring at a wall like she'd never seen it before. She was crying, but she didn't know why. Claire sat beside her and gently asked, "What's wrong?" Teresa turned, slowly. "I'm not supposed to be here," she whispered. "I was in a classroom. I was teaching. And then I opened a door I didn't remember locking. And now I'm here. But I don't feel like I'm here." We took her to a safe place, a church basement that reeked of dust and old secrets. No mirrors, no glass, just candlelight and wood. Teresa told us that after stepping through the strange door, she started dreaming in third person. Hearing her own name from the mouths of strangers in rooms she'd never visited. At first, she thought it was madness. But then her own voice began saying things she didn't mean. She watched herself smile at the wrong times. She tasted food she didn't recognize and felt nostalgia for memories she didn't own. "She's using us," she whispered. "Our bodies are placeholders. Our names are anchors." We asked her who she was. Teresa didn't hesitate. Emily, but not the girl, not the child from 1954. The idea of Emily. A reflection that had grown sentient, adaptive, hungry. "She's not haunting anyone," Teresa said. "She's building herself through us." The realization hit us like a blow to the chest. The more names she gathered, the stronger she became. Not because she needed their fear, but because she needed their narratives. The way a story only lives when it's told, she needed to be told again and again, in every face, every voice, every room, and the doors. They weren't portals anymore, they were invitations. Each one was an open hand stretched toward someone whose identity was just fragile enough to crack. Claire and I started mapping them. Over the next week, we drove across 5 states. Every town we stopped in had one. A door that didn't match its building. A child who spoke with someone else's voice. A mirror that reflected a future that hadn't happened. And always names, scratched into wood, written in condensation, whispered in crowds. Then came the day we found the first person who walked back through one of the doors. His name was Elias Crane, a construction worker from western Kansas who disappeared for 4 days after going into his shed to grab a toolbox. When he returned, he was different. His wife told us he's quieter, not shy, just muted, like he's still waiting for permission to speak. Elias wouldn't talk to us. But that night, we caught him outside, staring into his bathroom mirror for over 3 hours. He spoke only once, to the glass, and he said, "I'm not the real me anymore, am I?" Then he smiled, but his eyes were crying. We left that night and didn't go back. Claire said something on the drive that stuck with me. The problem isn't that she's replacing people. The problem is they're letting her. And she was right. This world is full of people ready to step out of their own stories. To forget. To hand over their names for the promise of a cleaner, better version. One without pain, without loss, without memory. That's what Emily offers now. Peace, not freedom, not safety, just forgetting. We were running out of time. The reflection had stopped waiting behind the glass. Now it walked among us. And the more people it rewrote, the less tethered we were to what was real. Claire started fading again. Not physically. Mentally, she forgot my birthday. Then the name of her favorite book. Then the street we grew up on. I watched her handwriting change. The loops in her letters flattened. Her sketches grew simpler, more geometric. Less hers. She didn't cry when she noticed. She just said, "It's happening again." That night, I sat by her as she slept. And I made a choice. If we were going to stop Emily, whatever she had become, we couldn't just run from door to door, patching cracks. We had to find the blueprint. The original story. The core memory where she was born. Not Emily the child, but the idea of Emily. The first time she was spoken of. Named in fear. Reflected in dread. Because stories don't just grow. They're fed. And somewhere, someone was still feeding her. So I went back to Greystone, alone. To the church where Emily Wren's name was first spoken in whispers and prayers. To the asylum where her adult self died screaming at her own reflection. And deep in the asylum's basement archives, behind a locked file drawer and a wall of moldy reports, I found something that made my blood turn to ice. A journal. Old, weathered. Not Emily's, but her mother's, Margaret Wren. Inside dozens of entries. Notes on Emily's behavior. The whispering. The drawings. The voices. But one entry stood out, from 3 days before Emily vanished. Emily told me she made a friend in the mirror. A girl with no name. She said if she gave hers away, the girl would finally be real. I laughed at first. But tonight, I looked into the mirror, and I swear, for just a second I saw her too. That was the key. Emily hadn't become the reflection. She'd given it a name, and that name gave it power. Claire was right. It wasn't about haunting. It was about authorship. Emily told the mirror a story, and the mirror made it real. Now the mirror wants more stories. More names. More authors willing to write their way out of themselves. We're running out of time, because every time someone forgets who they are, a new door opens. And behind every door, Emily waits, smiling, patient, hungry. By the time I returned from Greystone, Claire couldn't remember her own middle name. It had slipped away sometime during the night, buried under layers of rewritten memories and whispered reflections. I stood in the doorway of the motel room and watched her scribble names into her notebook, like she was trying to pin herself to the page. Every few minutes, she would pause and stare at her handwriting, mouthing the letters, as if the act of forming them might spark a piece of herself back to life. "Claire," I said gently, setting the journal I'd found on the table. "I found something." From her mother. She looked up, eyes hollow with fatigue and fright. "Is it a cure?" "No," I said, "but it's a beginning." I opened the brittle journal carefully. The pages smelled like decay and mildew and something sweeter. Something wrong. I found the passage again, the one from Margaret Wren's final entries. The moment everything began. She gave the mirror a name, I said. Not Emily. Before that, Claire furrowed her brow. "I don't understand." I leaned forward. The mirror didn't create Emily. Emily created her. She invented a story, an imaginary friend. And that story became real. The moment she named it, the mirror had something to grow around. A shell. A form. Claire whispered, and when Emily gave away her own name, she became the empty space inside the reflection. I nodded. Exactly. And now, all these years later, that thing is still hungry. But it doesn't just want names. It wants stories. It wants people to believe in the narrative it offers so completely that they forget who they were before. Because that's how it grows. That's how it wins. Claire's hands trembled as she turned to a fresh page in her sketchbook. Then we need to find its name. Not Emily. The one before. The real one. We worked through the night, piecing together clues. Claire redrew every symbol she remembered from the mirror house. Every pattern she'd seen in the backgrounds of dreams. I combed through the journal, looking for phrases that Margaret repeated. Half-lucid ramblings and soft invocations. Over and over, one word kept appearing, Elith. Sometimes scrawled between paragraphs, sometimes replacing Emily's name in a sentence. Once, alone on a page, "She's not Emily anymore. I see that now. She's Elith. She always was." It chilled me. Not just because it was a name, but because the moment I read it aloud, The temperature in the room dropped. The light bulb over the table flickered, and from the bathroom mirror, covered in cloth and duct tape, we heard a soft, unmistakable tap. Claire didn't flinch. "She knows we found it," she said. "She's listening. She's always listening," I whispered. And then, from the mirror, a voice spoke. Not out loud, not in vibration. It moved through us. "Say it again." Claire gripped my hand. I looked at the journal. The letters burned into my mind. Eleth. The room exhaled. Every shadow shifted. The mirror buckled beneath the cloth, warping outward like something pressing from inside. Claire stood. "We need to go back." I stared at her. To where? To the beginning, of course. The Brody house. The place where our story crossed hers. The first time we said her name in fear. The first time we looked into the mirror and saw something other than ourselves looking back. If Eleth was built from belief, then we had to go to the place where that belief took root, where her reflection found fertile ground in the cracks of our childhood doubt. We drove through the night. The road bent strangely the closer we got. Too many turns, too few signs. The sky above seemed frozen in pre-dawn forever, and our headlights reflected off fog that didn't touch the ground. The Brody house was waiting. It looked the same. Always the same. Rot refused to claim it. Time refused to move through it. The porch light flickered like a heartbeat. Inside, the air was thicker than memory. Claire stepped in first. Every floorboard groaned like it remembered us. The walls breathed. We walked to the mirror in the living room, the one that had first shown us our reflections, smiling when we weren't. Claire pulled the cloth away. It was cracked but intact, and in its surface, Eleth waited. Not Emily, not the girl. Eleth, formless now, shifting. A silhouette made from all the people she'd ever stolen. A choir of names whispered from behind the glass. Claire stepped forward. "Eleth," she said clearly, "I see you." The reflection pulsed. "I know what you are." 100 versions of Claire rippled into view, crying, laughing, sleeping, screaming. "I remember who I am." The mirror screamed, not with sound, with pressure. The house shook, cracks formed in the walls. I stepped beside her. "Ben Lane," I said, "and I don't belong to you." We both placed our hands on the mirror, and we spoke her name together. Eleth. The mirror shattered. But it didn't break, it unfolded, like a door, a real one. Behind it a room of endless reflections, a library of stolen lives, all cataloged, all labeled. We stepped through, because now we had the name, and with it we had a weapon. Not to kill her, to rewrite her, one true memory at a time. But as we entered that infinite hall of mirrors, we saw her standing at the center. Eleth, at her full height, her true shape, not monstrous, beautiful, elegant, human, perfect. She smiled and said, "I've been waiting for you to finish my story." She stood in the center of the mirror library like a queen without a throne, her form flickering between faces. Some I knew, most I didn't. Her eyes, though, those remained the same, cold, still, patient. The kind of eyes that didn't look at you, but through you, like they were reading the footnotes of your soul. Behind her, thousands, no, millions, of mirrors spiraled out into a dark beyond. They stretched up and out into the black, each one humming faintly, some fractured, others glowing like the echo of a memory. I realized then, they weren't just reflections, they were copies, replays. Every life Eleth had touched, every name she'd stolen, every story she'd edited, stacked and shelved like dusty books in an archive built on forgetting. Claire's grip on my hand tightened. She hadn't spoken since we stepped through. Her breath was shaky, but her back stayed straight. She was afraid, but not broken. I felt it too, that unnatural hum pressing into our heads, like the air itself wanted us to forget why we'd come. Eleth took a step forward. Her bare feet didn't echo. Her movements were fluid, quiet, wrong, like someone dancing to music only she could hear. "You found my name," she said, smiling. "A gift most never return from. But you're not like the others." I didn't answer. I knew better now. Speaking gave her footholds. Words meant acknowledgement, and acknowledgement was how stories spread. "Look around," she said, extending her arms to the endless shelves. "This is the truth of your world, not chaos, not randomness, narrative. Every life cataloged, shaped, rewritten. No one chooses who they are. They just forget who they were first." Claire stepped forward. "You're not a god." Elith tilted her head. "No, I'm a mirror, a perfect one. And what is more divine than perfect reflection?" "You're a thief," Claire hissed. "A parasite, feeding off people too tired to remember themselves." Elith didn't flinch. She only smiled. "They want to forget. Don't you see that? The world is heavy, cruel, messy. I offer them clean pages, simple edits. Who would choose pain over peace?" "I would," I said, "because pain is real, and real matters." The temperature dropped. A crack snaked through the nearest mirror, as if my words had struck something deeper. Elith's smile faltered for the briefest second. Then she composed herself again. "You still think you're heroes. But even now, you don't see the truth. This isn't my library. It's yours." I frowned. "What?" She turned, gliding toward a tall, fractured mirror resting in the center of the room. "This," she said, tapping the edge, "is the moment you stepped into the Brody house. This is where you gave me your first fear. And this," she turned to another, "this is when Claire watched her reflection move before she did. One by one she passed them, mirrors showing us at different points. Some moments I remembered, some I didn't. You didn't just survive the mirror," Elith whispered. "You fed it. Every time you chose to forget something painful, you gave me space to grow." Claire's knees nearly buckled. I caught her just in time. She whispered, "She's not lying. I did forget." I let her in. I looked at Claire, saw the tears glistening in her eyes, and I understood what Elith was doing. She wasn't just threatening us. She was eroding us. Line by line. "This place," I said slowly. "This isn't just where you store stories. This is where you change them." Elith clapped her hands softly. "Yes. And now you're inside it, which means your narrative is malleable." A dozen new mirrors shimmered into view around us. Claire curled into herself, her voice small. "Ben, they're showing us different." I turned. In one, I saw myself walking away from Claire in the motel, leaving her behind. In another, I was laughing with a mirror, Claire, her eyes blank and silver. In the worst one, I watched Claire's face slowly vanish in my arms, replaced with the smooth, featureless shell of a mannequin. "No," I said, clenching my fists. "These aren't real." "They could be," Elith said. "All it takes is one forgotten detail. One edit." She stepped forward, holding out her hand. "You don't have to lose everything. I can give you a better ending. One where Mikey lives. One where Emily never disappears. One where you and Claire never see the mirror at all." My throat tightened. "Just hand me your name." 3 words. So simple, but I felt the pull of it, the relief. The idea that maybe, just maybe, I could stop carrying the weight of everything we'd seen. Everything we'd lost. And then Claire whispered, "She's using your memories against you. She wants you to opt out." I looked down at my hand. It was trembling. I could feel it, my name loosening at the edges, like a post-it note peeling off in the wind. Claire grabbed my other hand, forced me to look at her. "I remember you," she said fiercely. "Even when she rewrote me, even when I forgot myself, I remembered you." That was all I needed. I pulled back. "No deal." Elith sighed. "Then you're choosing the long path, the broken story, the one that ends in pain." "We're choosing the real one," Claire spat. For the first time, Elith frowned, and the mirrors around us cracked. Not because we attacked, but because we refused to believe. That was the secret. The mirror didn't feed on pain or fear. It fed on agreement, on permission. Every person who stepped through a door, every soul that whispered a name, every memory that was left unlabeled. That was how she grew. And now, in the center of her library, we denied her. One mirror shattered, then another, and another. Claire reached into her sketchbook and tore out the page of the first thing she ever drew after escaping. An image of herself, hands shaking, but real. She pressed it against a mirror. The paper caught fire, and the flame spread, pages of real memory igniting the false ones. Names spoken aloud reclaiming the stolen ones. Elith screamed. Not because she was dying, she couldn't die, but because she was being corrected. The room began to collapse, not in ruin, but in truth. Every lie, every edit, every altered name, undone, and then it was just her, alone, flickering, falling apart. You think this stops me? She rasped. People will always want to forget. Maybe, I said, but now they'll know what they're trading away. She stepped back and vanished. The mirrors didn't shatter. They simply turned to glass, empty, waiting. The library faded. We were back outside the Brody house. Claire collapsed to her knees, sobbing, but she was smiling. Her name was safe, mine too, for now. But behind us, a single mirror stood in the grass, cracked, faintly glowing, because she wasn't dead, just waiting for another name, another story, another open door. It began again with whispers, not loud, not urgent, just there, like the sound of wind curling through cracks in an old wall. But it wasn't wind, it was words, names, not ours, not yet, just others, passed from mouth to mouth in places where silence used to live. We had left the mirror library with the belief we had won something. Truth, maybe. The right to keep our stories. But as the days passed and the nights grew longer, we learned quickly we hadn't ended Elith. We had woken her. The world didn't change overnight. It didn't crack open or burst into fire. But it shifted, tilted, like a picture frame that no longer hangs straight, only noticeable if you stare too long. People were walking in circles again, saying things twice, pausing mid-sentence like they were buffering. And then there were the mirrors. They started multiplying. At first, we thought it was coincidence. A dressing room with mirrors that reflected too many angles. A diner bathroom with a reflection that blinked before the person did. Then one morning, we passed a barbershop with no glass windows, only mirrors, all turned inward, reflecting each other in an impossible loop. Claire wouldn't even look. She kept her head down, muttering, "Don't give her your shape. That's all she needs." We tried to leave the town. Our car broke down 3 miles out. We hiked on foot. The highway curved and dumped us back at the motel we left. We took a bus. It never arrived. Even the sky began to mimic itself, stars forming impossible shapes, clouds repeating patterns. Claire stared up one night and said, "She's folding the edges, turning our world into another room in her house." And I believed her, because that night, I dreamed of Elith again. Not as the shimmering, towering figure from the library, but as a child. A quiet girl sitting in a room full of mirrors, drawing pictures of strangers with names that weren't hers. She looked up at me, eyes soft. "You freed me," she said, "but I never asked for freedom." I woke up with someone else's voice echoing in my head, a man I'd never met, saying a name I didn't recognize. Over and over, like he was trying to remember himself. I wrote it down instinctively. Jonas Halder. The moment the pen lifted from the page, the motel phone rang. No one spoke on the other end, but I heard breathing. Then a voice, not Elith's but mine, saying, "This is how it starts again." Claire found another drawing tucked into her sketchbook the next morning. She didn't remember making it. It showed a house with no doors, just mirrors, walls lined with names written backward, a child at the center, her mouth open in a silent scream. We burned it, but the smell didn't leave the room for hours. That was the pattern now. We remembered just enough to stay ahead, but never enough to feel safe. Claire stopped sleeping in full darkness. I started talking to myself, just to prove I could still hear my own voice. We were fraying. Slowly. Precisely. As if Elith had her fingers on the threads of our thoughts. But it wasn't just us. We started meeting others. People who had escaped, or thought they had. One man, Gareth, claimed to have survived a month inside a mirror. Said he got out by killing the version of himself that lived in the reflection. said it screamed in his voice as it died. He hasn't spoken since, except in poems. A woman named Dana carried a piece of mirror in her chest, literally embedded beneath the skin. She said it grew there. She couldn't remember why she swallowed it, only that it helped her keep her shape in places where identity melted. Then there were the children. They weren't possessed like you'd expect. They were blank. No names, no birthdays, no memories. They followed people silently, stared at their reflections in puddles, and disappeared without sound. We saw 3 of them outside a grocery store, standing in a perfect triangle. Claire whispered, "She's seeding the next story." I didn't ask what she meant. There's something about forgetting that feels like drowning in reverse. You rise, slowly, and the world grows louder, until you no longer remember what quiet felt like. That's what Elith was doing now. Not pulling people in, but pushing herself out, and people weren't resisting. Not really, because she didn't ask for anything cruel. She just offered them relief, a softer version of their story, a name with fewer scars, a mirror that showed a version that didn't suffer. And who wouldn't want that? But the cost. The cost was permanence. Once she rewrote your name, the old one didn't just disappear. It died, gone from memories, records, fingerprints, birth certificates. Even loved ones forgot. We met a woman who cried for hours because she couldn't remember if she'd ever had children. She had. We saw the photos. We saw the rooms. But the names were gone. No one spoke them anymore. Even she couldn't. Elith had filed them away. That's when we realized it wasn't about reflection anymore. It was about collection. She was building an archive of erased lives. A world built on the backs of names no longer spoken. And now that she wasn't bound by the mirror library, she didn't need permission. She only needed silence. We knew what we had to do. Speak. Write. Remember. Loudly, messily, truthfully. So we did. We started tagging walls. Not with slogans or protests. With names. Full names. Lost ones. Real ones. I wrote Mikey's first. Then mine. Then Claire's. Then the ones Gareth muttered in his sleep. We covered sidewalks, gas station stalls, bridge underpasses. We carved them into wood. Etched them into wet concrete. Slipped them into books at libraries. We told people, say your name every day. Say it into the mirror. Speak it before sleep. Don't let it be stolen. And for a while, it worked. Until the name started fighting back. Claire caught me one morning, staring at a name we'd written on the back of a bus stop bench. Juno Redding. She asked why I was staring. I told her I didn't remember writing it. She paled. Ben, I wrote that one. But I remember it, I said. She was a girl who worked at the pharmacy in Greystone. I talked to her. She. Claire shook her head. We never met her. That's when we realized the names we were speaking. Some of them weren't real. Elith had infected even our resistance, feeding us false names, planting memories that weren't ours, so we'd spread her story without knowing. Not rewriting us directly, but through us, like a virus passed hand to hand under the guise of truth. That's her power now. No longer confined to reflections. No longer just stealing. Now she's authoring people wholesale. Creating lives no one can verify. People no one remembers until they do. She's becoming the world's greatest fiction writer. And the world is happy to read what she writes. Because her version is always easier, cleaner, quieter. But we won't go quiet. We can't. Because there's one name she still can't touch. The first one. The name of the girl who looked in the mirror and gave it a friend. Claire found it scratched under a floorboard in the ruins of the Wren house. A name no one had spoken since Emily disappeared. It wasn't Emily. It wasn't Elith. It was something older, a placeholder. A symbol, a code. Carved in a child's hand, I yell it. And now, we hunt that name. Because if we find what it meant, what it started, maybe, just maybe, we'll find the page where the story truly began, and learn how to end it. It wasn't written in ink, but blood. Not poetic exaggeration, Real blood dried into the wood like sap sealed by time. The name Eyelet scrawled beneath the floorboard of what was once Emily Wren's bedroom. The letters weren't neat. They weren't childlike either. They were urgent. Like whoever wrote them had only moments left before they forgot how. Claire, and I stared at the markings for a long time without speaking, because something about that name didn't feel like it belonged to the world as we knew it. It didn't carry the rhythm of a name passed from person to person. It felt planted, like a seed never meant to bloom. The sun had already vanished by the time we closed the floorboard again. We didn't say the name out loud. Not yet. We couldn't risk it, not without knowing more. Elith had tricked us before. Her power came from narrative, from words repeated, names echoed in places they didn't belong. Every time we spoke a name tied to her, we risked bringing her closer. And this name, Eyelet, it felt different. It felt worse. Back at the motel, Claire started sketching the letters over and over, trying to understand their shape. She said it helped her think. But by the third drawing, the lines were warping, not just on paper, in her hands. The graphite turned to ash mid-sketch, and she blinked, confused. I didn't press that hard, she whispered. But the page was already curling inward, like it was rejecting the word she'd tried to recreate. We burned the sketchbook. That night, I dreamed of a tree. Tall, towering, not one I'd ever seen before. Its trunk was black, roots buried in water. Around it were children, dozens, each one carving names into the bark with fingers, stones, or teeth. And in the center of the tree's trunk, burned into the wood like a wound, was one name. Eyelet. When I woke, I tasted ash. My mouth was dry, and Claire was gone. I found her down the road, standing barefoot at a mirror nailed to a telephone pole. The mirror hadn't been there yesterday. She was staring into it, hands at her side, eyes glassy. I called her name once, nothing. Twice, still nothing. I touched her shoulder and her knees buckled. I caught her, and she whispered something I almost didn't hear. She knows the name too. My blood went cold. Claire looked at me, her face pale with horror. It wasn't Emily who named her. Emily didn't give her life. She was called. That changed everything. All this time we believed Elith was born from Emily's imagination. That a lonely girl had created a monster with her mind. But that wasn't true. Emily was just the first one to hear her, which meant that Eyelet, was older than we thought. Much older. And now we had to ask the question neither of us wanted to. If the name wasn't meant to be spoken, then who spoke it first? And more terrifyingly, why? We started digging library records, church logs, death registries. We searched every mention of Emily Wren, and every whisper of the Brody house and the Mirror house. But the further back we went, the more the trail twisted. Reports were missing. Pages were scorched. Whole census entries had been scratched out or redacted in pen strokes, so heavy they tore through the paper. It was as if history itself had been rewritten to erase someone, or something, entirely. And then we found her. Not in records. Not in writing. In a photograph. An old dust-covered image tucked in the back of a church ledger in Greystone. The year 1912. A group of children standing outside a stone building that no longer exists. At the center, a girl with no face. Not blurred. Wiped clean. As though the film had rejected her shape. The name beneath the photo. Eyelet Varn. Claire turned the photo over. On the back, in a thin looping hand, was a single sentence. The first to name the mirror was the first to vanish from it. We stared at each other. The implication was clear. Elith didn't just copy the girl. She was the girl. Eyelet hadn't invented the mirror. She'd become it. Somehow, somewhere, a child with a name too powerful for memory gave herself to something beyond the world we understood. And in return, it gave her what all children fear the most: silence. No face, no memory, no past. Only the endless reflection of what could have been. We couldn't let this name spread. Claire said, if she's trying to infect history, we have to go back. find the source, cut it off. How? I asked. We can't time travel. No, she said. But maybe the mirrors can. We'd seen it before. Mirrors that didn't reflect the now, but the then. Echoes trapped in glass, moments repeated. Doors to memories that weren't ours. Claire believed that if we could find the right mirror, maybe even the original, we could trace Elith's creation. Find the crack before the fracture. It was a long shot, but we had nothing else. The mirror library had collapsed. The story had rewritten itself. And Ayelet's name was waking up again. We traveled to the last known location of the original Brody family property. Miles away from the house we explored as kids, the foundation of a farmhouse lay buried beneath overgrown grass and rusted tools. There, in the root cellar, we found something buried behind bricks and rot. A mirror. Tall, cracked, framed in nails bent backward. It pulsed. It breathed. Claire stepped forward and whispered, "Show us where she began." And the mirror responded, not with light, but with sound. A voice, faint, childlike, singing a lullaby no one had heard in over a century. The cellar grew cold. The ground shifted, and we saw it. A girl, maybe 8 years old, standing in front of the mirror. She whispered her name into the glass, Ayelet. And the reflection smiled back first. She stepped forward, touched the mirror, and vanished, not into it, through it. And something else stepped out in her place. The mirror shattered. The cellar imploded. Claire and I clawed our way back into the light, hearts racing. We didn't speak. We didn't have to. We understood now. Ayelet didn't create the mirror. She invited it in, and the moment she gave it her name, it gave her everything else. The memory, the power, the hunger. That was the first story, and it never ended. It just waited for someone to say her name again, to finish what she started. And the worst part, we already had. We had spoken the name. Not once, but many times. Whispered in libraries, written in notebooks, etched into the corners of cracked mirrors while chasing answers we didn't understand. Ayelet. We'd called it out like a question, thinking knowledge might offer power. But we were wrong. Names weren't just keys, they were invites. And now, something ancient had stepped through the door we'd unknowingly unlocked. The day after the cellar collapsed, Claire and I didn't speak. There were no words left big enough to cover what we'd seen: a child devoured by her own reflection, not killed, not consumed, replaced. Ayelet had offered herself to something she didn't understand, and in return she was hollowed out, left as a vessel, a placeholder for the mirror's growing hunger. That was the birth of Elith, not an invention, not a curse, a merger. Back at the motel, Claire sat at the edge of the bed, staring into a glass of water for hours. I knew better than to interrupt. When she finally spoke, her voice was distant, almost like she was reading from a script she didn't remember writing. She was just a child, a lonely, scared child. And now she's everywhere. She didn't need to explain. I saw it too. On the drive back into town, reflections no longer matched reality. Trees swayed in opposite directions in mirrors. People's faces lingered longer after they walked past windows. In one gas station, I caught a reflection of myself smiling before I did. The mirror knew us now. Not just our names, but our shapes. It didn't need to steal identities anymore. It could fabricate them. Every time someone walked past a pane of glass, there was a risk they wouldn't be the same on the other side. You'd never know until it was too late. We heard whispers of whole towns forgetting their names. A school district where every child responded to the same one. An elderly home where the mirrors had to be painted over because patients began speaking in tongues. And then came the incident in Barlowy, a town we'd never heard of until its story made the news. Everyone vanished. No signs of struggle. Just homes filled with mirrors and notes. Each one with a name that didn't match any resident. When the authorities checked records, there was no trace those people ever lived. No birth certificates, no social security numbers, only reflections. That's when we knew the truth. Islet. Elith. Whatever she had become, she wasn't just rewriting people anymore. She was erasing their existence altogether. Every time someone accepted her version of their story, they were pulled from the thread of reality and dropped into hers. A perfect world. A silent world. No pain, no memory, just reflection. Claire and I had resisted this long because we remembered. Because even when the names slipped, we fought to hold on to who we had been. But now, we were outnumbered. The world didn't want memory anymore. It wanted peace. And Elith offered it in the most seductive way possible. Forget who you are, and become what you could have been. People were beginning to ask for it. We saw it firsthand in a church outside Nevada, a congregation kneeling before a giant mirror hung over the altar. Their pastor, a man named Reverend Holloway, preached not from scripture, but from reflections. "Let go of your name," he said, "and she will write you a better one." They chanted the name, over and over, not Emily, not Elith, Islet. Claire screamed at them to stop. I grabbed the mirror off the wall and shattered it. But they just smiled, like we'd only accelerated what they were already ready for. We left before they could turn on us. We knew then that this wasn't about saving people anymore. This was about stopping the expansion, cutting the root before the tree could consume the sky. We went back to Greystone, not the town, but the place beneath it. The ruins of the original asylum, the place where Emily Wren's life ended and Islet's story truly began. The building was buried beneath years of overgrowth and concrete, but we found the basement, found the door that didn't belong. Not rotted, not locked, just waiting. Inside walls covered in mirrors, but not standard ones. They pulsed faintly, like they were breathing. Each one was tied to a moment, a choice someone had made, a path someone had left behind. I reached for one and recoiled. It showed me with Claire, laughing in a kitchen, older, peaceful. I had no memory of it. "Don't look too long," she warned. "It's not real." But it felt real. The air thickened as we moved deeper. At the heart of the building, we found the well, the original mirror, the source. It wasn't glass. It was liquid. Still, black. A surface that didn't reflect. Just consumed. And above it, carved into the ceiling, "Speak your name, and I will rewrite it." Claire dropped to her knees. "I think this is where she made the deal," she whispered. "Where Islet gave her name, and let something else wear it." We stood in silence. I stared into the liquid, and I heard her, not as a voice. As a thought slipped into the folds of my mind. "You can give it all up. Just say the name." But I didn't. I backed away. Claire took my hand, and then the walls began to shake. Mirrors shattered inward. The liquid started to churn, and from it, something rose. Not Elith, not Islet, something in between. A child's shape, rippling and unstable. A face shifting through every stolen name we'd ever seen. It stared at us, head tilted. "You should not have remembered," it said. Then the ceiling caved in. We ran, scrambled back through the corridor, dodging falling glass and spiraling reflections. As we escaped, the ground split. The asylum began to collapse in on itself, swallowed by the name it once buried. Outside, the air was still. Claire coughed blood. I pulled her away from the ruins. We sat beneath the stars, both of us trembling. The world didn't end. Not yet. But the mirrors, they were listening now. And somewhere deep inside them, that shifting face waits. Not for forgiveness. Not for fear. But for the next person desperate enough to rewrite their story. And give her their name. We should have died when the asylum collapsed. The ground gave way, swallowing every memory we'd uncovered, every whisper that still echoed through the ruins. Yet somehow, we were spared. Not saved, spared. That's the only word that fits. Because what we felt after crawling out of the rubble wasn't survival. It was rejection. Like something beneath the earth had spit us out unfinished, unclaimed, unwritten. Claire sat beside me, knees scraped, lips split, her breaths coming shallow and raw. But her eyes were clearer than I'd seen in days. That terrified me more than anything, because clarity meant understanding, and understanding meant there was no denying it now. We hadn't broken the chain. We'd only tugged on it hard enough to feel how deep it went. That night, we slept in the back of a burned-out van by the highway, wrapped in stolen blankets and silence. The world around us seemed to hold its breath, as if watching, waiting to see what we'd do next. We didn't dream, at least not the way people usually do. But in the hours where sleep turned thin and translucent, I heard something distant. A voice, not Elith's, not Ayelet's, something quieter, sadder. It whispered, "Find the blind spot." I didn't tell Claire when I woke. Not yet. Because part of me didn't believe it was a message. It felt like a trap, like a single breadcrumb placed just far enough away from the path to make you curious. But the idea stuck. Find the blind spot. Over the next few days, we moved town to town, avoiding glass, dodging places that looked too clean, too symmetrical. We saw people with mirrored sunglasses that never reflected the sky. Heard children laughing in alleys, then repeating the same phrase over and over like their throats were caught in a loop. Something was shifting across the world. It wasn't just possession now, it was assimilation. The lines between who people were and who they could have been were dissolving. Reality was leaking into reflection. We needed answers, not guesses, not memories, truth. And there was only one person who might have had it, though we'd avoided him for months: Warren Griggs. Warren had once been a mirror technician. He claimed his job was cleaning reflections. Most people wrote him off as a lunatic with too much time and too many broken memories. But Claire remembered him saying one thing that didn't feel like madness: they can't find you in the blind spots. You just have to know where they are. He lived off-grid in a shack deep in the Smokies, reachable only by a trail that looked more like a deer path. We hiked for hours, feeling watched, the trees bending subtly toward us as if bowing or warning. When we reached the cabin, it was dark, windowless, and covered in copper wind chimes that clinked without any wind. Warren didn't speak right away. He opened the door and stared, long and hard, at both of us, then tossed a black cloth over our reflections in the glass of the lantern beside the door. Now we talk. Inside, the walls were lined with sandpaper. The floors were covered in salt. There wasn't a single surface that could show a reflection. Even the water was dyed black with ink. "You think you're hiding," he said, sitting down, "but you're still showing up in her margins. Just faint enough she hasn't redrafted you yet." Claire leaned forward. "What's the blind spot?" Warren smiled. It wasn't a kind smile. It was the kind you wear when you know something awful, and the people asking have no clue how deep the pit goes. "There's one place she can't write. One space that doesn't reflect, doesn't remember, doesn't exist the way she needs it to. That's where Ayelet hid the first time. Before she surrendered, she hid." I asked. "I thought she invited the mirror in." "She did, but not at first, not until it found her again." Warren stood, limped to a safe in the corner, and pulled out a worn piece of paper. He handed it to Claire. It was a hand-drawn map, but it didn't look like any geographic chart I'd seen. It looked more like a layout of thoughts, paths, memories, dead ends. She called it the unmirrored, a place between stories, where reflection can't catch hold. She stumbled into it once, by accident. That's why she lasted longer than the others. But when she came back, the mirror followed. It remembered the route. She didn't. Claire ran her fingers over the paper. "Where is it?" "You don't walk there," Warren said. "You forget your way in. That's the only path. You let go of everything that makes you traceable. Your name, your story, your face." I froze. "That's exactly what she wants." "No," Warren said. "That's what she does. But you're not giving those things to her. You're placing them down so she can't use them to find you. If you do it right, she can't follow." Claire and I stared at each other. Every instinct screamed no. Letting go of your name, your identity, your face. It sounded like suicide, like volunteering to be erased. But Warren wasn't wrong. Every move we made with our names intact was another breadcrumb for Elith. She didn't hunt like a predator. She hunted like an author, tracking character arcs. "I'll do it," Claire said softly. I snapped toward her. "Wait," she shook her head. "I already lost myself once. Maybe I'm the only one who can survive forgetting again." Warren stepped forward and gave her a small, bone-handled knife. "When it starts, mark your hand. Not with a name, just a line, a cut that only you know. That's your tether. That's your truth." That night, we built a circle of copper and salt, left all photos and personal items behind, and sat cross-legged in silence. Claire took the knife and made a small cut across her palm. Just one, no deeper than a whisper. Then she closed her eyes and let go. She whispered her name 3 times. Then she said it backward. Then she stopped saying it at all, and something shifted. Her body flickered, like she was being redrawn. Then she vanished. No sound, no scream, just gone. Warren didn't blink. "She's inside the unmirrored," he said. I couldn't breathe. "Will she come back?" Warren smiled, but not kindly. "If she finds the truth that was never written, yes. If not," he didn't finish. He didn't need to, because all at once, every mirror within 100 miles cracked. And in the silence that followed, I heard her voice. Claire's. Not a whisper, a scream, from somewhere deeper than the world. "Ben, she's not just writing stories." And then it cut out, just before I felt the mirror behind me start to hum. Claire had vanished into the unmirrored, gone not just from sight, but from memory. I didn't realize how complete her absence was until I reached for her name and found only silence. It wasn't just that I couldn't say it. I couldn't feel it. Her presence, her rhythm, had been snatched away like a dream you forget mid-sentence. One moment I could hear her breath. The next, she was a gap in the story, a missing word. I tried to remember the shape of her voice, but even that had edges I couldn't trace. Warren kept to himself in the hours after. He walked in slow loops around the salt-lined perimeter of the cabin, checking copper threads, muttering to himself. I knew he was afraid, even if he'd never admit it. "No one's ever come back," he said once under his breath. He didn't think I heard him. But I did. He told me to stay put, to wait. That was his word. Wait. But I couldn't. Not while that scream still echoed in the marrow of my skull. Claire, no, she, had called out from beyond something. I wasn't sure if it was space, time, or meaning itself, but I knew I couldn't just sit here polishing copper and praying. That had never been our way, so I did the only thing I could. I made my own way in. Warren fought me. "You don't understand," he said, grabbing my wrist. "To forget yourself is to erase the only thing she can't mimic. Your essence. Once you give it up, there's no guarantee what comes back will be you." "I'm not letting her do this alone." "She's not alone," he growled. "She's unwritten." But it was already too late. I stepped over the line of salt, dropped to my knees, and did what Claire had done. I took the blade, drew a shallow line across my palm, and let it bleed into the earth. I whispered my name once, then again, then backwards, then not at all. At first, nothing. Then came the static, not sound, but something in my thoughts, like someone slowly turning down the dial on my sense of self. I felt my skin go cold. My limbs felt distant. My memories floated to the surface, not in a flood, but in a slow upward drift, like they were bubbles escaping from a sinking ship. My 5th birthday, Mikey in the hospital bed, the smell of Claire's shampoo, gone, almost gone, and then I was somewhere else. Not a place, not really. A lack of place, a hallway that looped without end. The walls weren't walls, they were voids. Not black, not white, just absent. As if something had forgotten to finish sketching this part of existence. I called out. Tried to, but no sound came. Not even breath. But I could move. I walked. Each step felt like writing a word with invisible ink. There, but not quite. I turned corner after corner, looking for something. Anything. Then I saw her. Claire. Or someone who used to be Claire. She was sitting on a bench made of shadow, her eyes closed, her skin glowing faintly, like a candle lit inside a paper doll. She looked so fragile, I didn't dare speak. But she opened her eyes before I reached her. "I found it," she said, and her voice rippled the air. "Found what?" She didn't answer. She just stood and took my hand. It was warm. Real. Proof she wasn't a phantom. We moved together now, deeper into the unmirrored. The path shifted. It reacted to us. Not like a space, but like a memory trying to defend itself from intrusion. The walls began to hum, then to show things. Reflections without mirrors. Scenes without time. Children screaming in rooms lined with one-way glass. A girl whispering her name to a blank surface and waiting for someone, anyone, to answer. Islet. Her story wasn't just a tragedy. It was a question that was never answered. What am I, if no one remembers me? And Elith, she was the answer. Islet hadn't wanted power. She'd wanted presence. She had simply wanted to matter. And when no one remembered her, the mirror gave her a way to be unforgettable. Claire looked at me, tears welling. She was never a monster. She was a void. A blank space that learned how to devour names because it never had one that stuck. That's when we saw it. The first mirror. Not a surface, a heartbeat, pulsing in the floor like a memory trying to claw its way into flesh. It was shaped like a window. It didn't reflect. It remembered. Claire approached it. Her voice cracked. This is where she rewrote herself. I stepped closer, and something filled my head. Voices, all speaking the same line over and over. To be seen, I must be shaped. To be shaped, I must be forgotten first. That was the pact. Not evil, not cursed. Just desperate. We had one shot. Claire took the bone-handled knife, sliced her hand again, and pressed it against the memory. She whispered a name. Not hers. Not mine. Islet. But she didn't offer it. She returned it. "You can rest now," she said. "We see you." The void shuddered. The path folded inward. And the memory, it sighed. Not loud, but long, like something had finally let go of the breath it'd been holding for 100 years. The mirror cracked, not shattered. Cracked. Just enough to let the light back in. We blinked. And we're back in the cabin. Warren was gone. So were the mirrors. Every single one of them. And in their place were names. Hundreds, thousands. Scratched into the walls, the floor, the beams. Names that had been taken, returned, restored. Claire looked at me. I remembered her. She remembered me. And the world, for the first time in a long time, didn't hum. It was quiet. Not because something was watching, but because, for now, it had stopped. Because Islet, the girl who'd become a story too sharp to touch, had finally been seen, and no longer needed to write herself into anyone else. But we both knew. The next blank page could come at any time. And someone, somewhere, would whisper a name they weren't meant to know. Peace is a funny thing. It doesn't come with trumpets or banners or parades. It slips in through the cracks like morning fog, quiet, cautious, temporary. After we returned from the unmirrored, the world seemed lighter. The sky hung easier. Reflections didn't twitch at the edges anymore. For the first time in months, I looked into a puddle and saw only myself. Not a smile that didn't belong. Not a shadow where none should be. Just me. But that was the danger, wasn't it? The calm always came before the ink ran. Claire and I stayed off the grid. We moved through towns with no names, roads with no signs, and left nothing behind but footsteps that disappeared with the wind. We weren't hiding anymore. Not from Elith. Not from mirrors. We were watching. Waiting. Because something in us knew that the story hadn't ended. It had just been given a new chapter. The truth of Islet had been buried deep, sealed under desperation and centuries of silence. By calling her by name and returning her story to the memory she was ripped from, we gave her rest. We thought that would be enough. But the thing about stories is, once they're read, they spread. It started small. Claire found a page tucked into a library book in Nebraska. It was handwritten in faint black ink, the words flickering like candlelight on wet paper. It told the story of a girl who dreamed her way out of mirrors and back into her body. The wording was hauntingly familiar. She brought it to me, trembling. "I didn't write this," she whispered, "but it knows what happened." Then came the emails, from strangers, from accounts with no sender names. Subject lines like "she spoke again and I dreamed her back." Inside were pieces of the story, our story, twisted, rearranged, repackaged like folklore. Names slightly changed, places slightly wrong, but always with the same spine: a girl, a mirror, a name forgotten and reclaimed. Claire said what we were both thinking: it's rewriting itself. The story didn't die with Islet's rest. It mutated, adapted, shed its skin. Now it wasn't seeking to erase people or claim them. It wanted to exist. It wanted to be told, to be believed, and worse, it wanted to be written by others. We started tracking the incidents. Blog posts titled "My Sister Isn't My Sister Anymore." Reddit threads full of users discussing the mirror test where reflections blink first. Podcasts about towns with impossible street grids and doors that loop. None of them knew Elith's name. None mentioned Islet. But they knew her. Somehow the story had gone viral without a virus. And like a rumor too good to ignore, it was evolving, spreading through fiction, art, memory. And it wasn't malicious anymore. It was seductive. That's what frightened us most. Because when we faced Elith before, we had fear on our side. But now people wanted her. They wanted the twist, the darkness, the strange comfort of a world where mirrors might hold meaning. In a world overrun with noise, the idea of stepping into a silent version of yourself wasn't horror anymore. It was relief. Claire said, something that stuck with me for weeks: we cured the sickness, but the world got addicted to the symptoms. That's when the ink started appearing. Real ink. On people. We met a boy in a truck stop outside Utah. 16, wild-eyed, fingers shaking. He pulled up his sleeve and showed us his arm. Written along the inside in small, impossible letters, looping up his veins like a vine, she said, "I could be anything if I gave her my skin." We asked who she was. He didn't know. He just said, "She smells like old pages and always asks questions in my voice." Others followed. A girl in Georgia with newspaper headlines burned into her back. Headlines from events that never happened. A man in Maine who claimed his mirror stopped showing his reflection 3 weeks ago, and now he feels lighter every morning, like something's taking pieces it doesn't want me to carry. The story wasn't just being told now. It was writing back. Claire and I didn't sleep much. We kept a journal, writing down every variant, every echo. But each morning, the ink would run. Pages would blur. Whole entries would smear into black pools no matter how careful we were. The story didn't want to be documented. It wanted to be felt. Experienced. Passed like a ghost between breath and belief. I tried something desperate. I spoke Elith's name into a recorder. Played it back. Silence. No voice. No echo. Just static. But when I played it again an hour later, there was something new. A second voice layered over mine. Fainter. Higher. Saying, "Not yet." Claire smashed the recorder. We were too late. The story had taken root again. Not as a being this time, but as a phenomenon. A cultural fungus, growing in the quiet places of the world. Blogs, sketches, late-night forum posts, half-finished songs that always repeat a single note. So we did what we had to. We hunted the first page. Not the first page we wrote. The first one she didn't. Warren had mentioned something once, back before we lost him. A manuscript kept in a vault deep in the Osborne Institute. A long, defunct mental hospital turned archive. He called it the draft that refused to end. No author. No title. Just a book that reappeared no matter how many times it was burned. We broke in. The place was mold and rust and memories too loud to ignore. At the center, in a locked glass case, it waited. The manuscript. No binding. just pages stitched together with thread that smelled like old wax and vinegar. I flipped it open and felt my name lurch in my throat. It was there, written a dozen times across the margin of the first page. My name, and Claire's, and Warren's, and others we didn't recognize, scrawled in a hand that pulsed faintly like ink made of breath. Claire looked pale. She's using our story, not to haunt, not to erase, but to seed. She was turning us into origin myths, into cautionary tales people would repeat. Every retelling, every variation, another version of her whispering into the ears of the next curious child. I reached for a pen. Wrote one line beneath it all. We were real. The page shivered, the ink darkened, and in the reflection of the glass, we didn't see ourselves. We saw Ayelet, just a child again, not monstrous, not shifting, just tired, sitting in a room with paper walls and too many pens. Claire stepped forward, leaned close to the glass, and whispered, "You don't have to write us anymore." And the child blinked, looked at the pen in her hand, then placed it down. And for the first time in what felt like centuries, we heard her say something that didn't echo, "I'm done." The manuscript didn't burn. It faded, page by page, until the case was empty, until the weight in our heads lightened, until we could remember the sound of our names without hearing hers behind it. Outside, the mirrors stayed mirrors. The reflections behaved, but their stories, they got quiet. But they're still there, waiting, because somewhere out there, a child will ask a question no one can answer. A writer will stare too long into a blank page. A voice will whisper something that smells like old ink and forgotten names. And the story will remember how to write itself again. We thought we had finally found the punctuation mark to a story that refused to end. We believed the ink had faded, that Ayelet, the name, the echo, the girl folded into shadows, had laid her pen down for good. But peace, we've learned, is a stage prop. It exists for the audience, not the actors trapped behind the curtain. And somewhere beyond that curtain, the ink had started to run again. Only this time, it wasn't writing words. It was drawing. It began in a town so small it didn't show up on most maps. Halberd, Iowa. One road in, one school. A church older than the rest of the buildings combined. We weren't looking for trouble. We were just passing through, tired from the road and desperate for quiet. But when we stopped at the gas station, I saw something strange on the corkboard near the register. Drawings, pinned in a perfect square. 8 pages, each one different, yet all with the same eerie wrongness. They were children's sketches, crayon, pencil, charcoal, even blood, red marker, but none of them had any faces. Just empty ovals where expressions should have lived. And worse, the images weren't stationary. They shimmered just at the edge of your vision. When you stared too long, they bent inward, like they were sucking your gaze through them. Claire reached out to touch one and flinched. "It's cold," she said. "Paper shouldn't be that cold." We asked the clerk who'd drawn them. He shrugged. "Kids," he said. "They bring 'em every Friday. Say it's for art class." "What school?" Claire asked. He blinked. "Didn't I say? We don't got one no more. Closed 5 years ago. Mold or something." We left that gas station with every hair on our arms standing. Halberd didn't have a school, but it had students. And they were drawing things that had no name, no face, and no business living in the imagination of a child. We followed the trail. It led us to the church. The doors were open, the inside lit by candles arranged not in rows, but in spirals, circles drawn in soot and melted wax that radiated inward toward the altar. And there, scattered across the pews, were children. Quiet, drawing. Every child held a piece of thick, off-white paper, and their eyes were empty, blank in that particular way you only see in people staring at something just behind you. Claire knelt beside one girl. She asked her name. The girl didn't answer, but she held up her drawing, a mirror tall, framed in hands. Not carved ones, real ones. They gripped the edges of the frame, like they were trying to pull themselves out. On the bottom of the paper, scrawled in thick, smeared graphite, were 4 words she draws through me. Claire and I backed out, careful not to turn our backs on the children. Outside, we ran, back to the motel. And there, spread across our room, were dozens of new drawings, pinned to the walls, tucked under pillows, taped to the bathroom mirror. All the same hand, all the same motif. Mirrors with impossible frames, people with their faces turned inside out. Shadows reaching from the corners of pages like they were trying to finish what the artist couldn't. That night, Claire locked herself in the bathroom. When I finally kicked down the door, she was sitting on the floor, scribbling furiously. She didn't even look up. "She's not writing anymore," she said. "She's drawing. Sketching versions, outlines, drafts of who we might have been if she'd never stopped. If the story hadn't paused. She's working backward now, turning memory into blueprint." Her hand didn't stop. She was sketching me. But not as I was, as I might have been. Younger, scared, wearing a version of my old scout uniform I hadn't seen in 20 years. When she finished, she blinked, looked at the paper, and screamed. Because the drawing smiled. We burned the page, but the damage was done. From that point on, every piece of paper we touched would occasionally stain. Inks appeared on blank napkins. Coasters, receipts, tiny sketches, a single eye, a cracked window, a girl with a hand held out like she was begging to be remembered, and always, always in the corner. A small, upside-down triangle. We didn't recognize it at first, until Claire gasped. "It's her signature," she whispered. "She's not drawing us. She's drafting herself again." Bit by bit. Shapeless until enough people see her again. We weren't dealing with a story anymore. We were dealing with a resurrection. An illustrated return. She was sketching her way back into the world. Not in one stroke, but 1,000. Hiding in art, in innocence, in the blind reverence people have for things they don't understand. We needed to stop the drawings. Not just destroy them. Prevent them. We returned to Halberd. The church was empty now. The candles snuffed, the children gone. Only the drawings remained, stacked neatly, pinned to walls. Folded like prayers. We collected them. Each page we touched felt like static under the skin. One nearly made Claire bleed just by handling it. Then we saw the pulpit, and behind it, a canvas, painted in oils darker than any color I've ever seen. And in the center, a mirror. But this one wasn't cracked or broken or pulsing with memory. It was open. You could see the reflection in it. Only it didn't show us. It showed them. The children. Still drawing, still watching. Only now, they weren't in Halberd. They were in other towns. The drawing had spread. The signature too. Claire touched the canvas, and the paint shifted, like oil on water, and the mirror turned. Inside it, a figure stood, just a silhouette, but she raised her hand, and began to draw in the air. Lines we couldn't see but felt beneath our skin. We stepped back. The mirror cracked. The canvas caught fire, and the entire church trembled. We ran. As the building collapsed behind us, the sky stayed silent. No thunder, no smoke, just silence, like the kind that follows the last stroke of a pen before a new page begins. In the distance, we saw headlights, another town, another story, another child holding a crayon, drawing what they dreamed last night. And somewhere, far away, that upside down triangle waits on the corner of the page. She isn't gone. She isn't forgotten. She's just unfinished. And now she's sketching herself back into the world, one child, one line, one lonely pencil stroke at a time. It started with Claire waking up screaming, her hands raw and stained black. Not just her palms, beneath her nails, behind her knuckles, all the way to her wrists. The ink didn't wash off. We tried soap, acetone, bleach. Nothing worked. It wasn't just on her skin. It was her skin now, soaked in so deep it pulsed with her heartbeat. But worse than the marks were her eyes. She wouldn't say it at first, wouldn't admit it aloud. But I knew the moment I saw her flinch at her own reflection. She was drawing in her sleep, not on paper, not on canvas, but inside herself. The next night I tied her wrists, gently, carefully. She agreed to it. We were both too afraid of what she might become if her hands were left free, but that didn't stop the ink. It bled from her fingertips, drops falling to the motel floor like sweat, smearing the laminate tile with symbols I didn't understand. Swirls, shapes. That same upside-down triangle appearing again and again, overlapping until it looked like a door with no frame. I cleaned them up, scrubbed them away, but the ink returned by morning. Always fresh, always glistening, always warm, Claire cried. Not from pain, there was no pain, but from helplessness. She's using me, she whispered. I closed the story, and she found a new pen. It wasn't just her. The ink started showing up in other places. On receipts at diners, written in calligraphy that vanished when held too long. On the undersides of tables, like something had crawled beneath them and signed a name no one could read. Even on my own arms, waking up to find circles drawn in delicate loops across my skin, like she was testing me, measuring my edges, wondering how much canvas I had left. Then the dreams began, but they weren't dreams. Not exactly. They were memories I didn't own. I'd close my eyes and wake up in a different life. As a child, sketching a door in the dirt. As a teenager, painting faces I couldn't see. As an adult, standing before a mirror that didn't reflect anything, just hummed with soundless expectation. Each time, I woke with a headache that pulsed like a bruise, and always with the taste of iron in my mouth. Claire said her dreams were worse. She didn't dream of other lives. She dreamed of the spaces between them. She described it as falling through sketchbooks. Each page was a person, an unfinished self, and the hands, her hands, were trying to draw them whole. But they never came out right. Too many fingers. Eyes where mouths should be. Names that twisted themselves halfway through being said. And in the center of it all, Ayelet. Not a girl. Not a ghost. But something watching from the folds of the page, waiting for a hand steady enough to draw her right. She wants a body, Claire said one night, eyes wide, but not a stolen one, a written one people believe in, one people see and don't look away from. That's when we realized the drawings weren't the threat. Belief was. Every time someone saw the art, paused at it, wondered, even for a second, it gave her shape. It gave her weight. It allowed her to stand a little straighter, become a little clearer. She was feeding on attention. Not in the old way. Not like the stories passed from whisper to whisper. Now she was viral, visible, printed on shirts sold by artists who thought they were inventing an aesthetic, graffitied on underpasses, tattooed behind ears, drawn on napkins by kids who didn't know what they were copying. She had become an idea with arms. And Claire. Claire was her favorite medium. We tried to isolate ourselves. Went up north. Deep woods. No electricity. No signal. Just us in cold air and silence. It didn't work. Claire still woke up covered in sketches. And now she started saying things in her sleep. I recorded her once. The voice wasn't hers. It was softer. Younger. Like a child whispering from the bottom of a well. Draw me again. I want to remember what I looked like. Draw me better. Make me whole. I destroyed the recorder. But it didn't stop. She spoke every night. Sometimes in languages I didn't understand. Sometimes just sounds. Wet. Scraping noises like a quill dragging through flesh. And the ink, it spread, no longer confined to her. I saw it seeping through the edges of our world. Billboards with distorted eyes. Murals that shifted when you looked away. Even nature turned traitor, tree bark etched with symbols, clouds that formed outlines too symmetrical to be accidents. It was everywhere, and it was getting bolder. Then, one morning, Claire was gone. No struggle, no broken window, just gone. On the wall where she'd slept, she left a single phrase, "She finally found a frame that fits." I screamed, ripped the room apart, but she wasn't there. Not in the woods, not on the road. Not in the mirrors. And the ink had dried. It stopped appearing. No more drawings, No more dreams. Only the horrible, terrifying silence of a world that had just absorbed someone whole and didn't even burp afterward. I thought it was over. I thought she was gone. Until, 2 nights later, I walked past a store window in a forgotten town and saw a display that made my knees buckle. A painting, framed in gold, hung on a velvet wall. It was Claire, but not her, not quite. A version of her I'd never seen, younger, smiling, dressed in gray. Hands clasped politely in front of her, and beneath the frame the title The First Believer. The artist's name, a triangle, upside down. She wasn't drawing herself anymore. She was drawing portraits. She had an identity now, a brand, a face. And she was curating every person who had helped shape her story, whether they wanted to or not. Claire was her first. I would be next. The ink beneath my nails had returned, and this time it was pulsing, alive, waiting for the line that would finally pull me into her gallery. There are places in the world that exist only when you're desperate enough to find them. They don't have addresses. They don't show up on maps or in GPS coordinates. You don't arrive at them by taking a road or a turn. You stumble into them, like falling into a dream you didn't ask for. That's how I found the gallery without doors. I wasn't looking for it. I was looking for Claire, or whatever was left of her. But the gallery found me. I was in Portland. It doesn't matter why. The city felt thick, like the air itself was hanging onto secrets too long. Every building looked taller than it should have been. Shadows fell in directions that didn't match the light. I'd followed a thread from an art collective known for featuring disturbing, found artwork, sketches with no listed creators, paintings with titles too precise to be coincidence. It led me to a flyer taped to a rusted street lamp. No words, just a drawing. A woman with a mirror for a face, a pen in one hand, an open palm in the other. Underneath was that damn symbol again, the upside-down triangle. Something compelled me to rip the flyer down. When I turned around, the alley I'd just walked through wasn't there anymore. In its place was a doorless, black archway leading into the base of a brick building that looked abandoned from the outside, but glowed faintly from within, not with electricity, with something else, like memory, like the hum of a refrigerator running in an otherwise silent house. I stepped inside. The gallery without doors is quiet, but not still. The air moves, slowly, like it's breathing. The walls are matte black, but they shimmer if you look at them too long, as if something is painting them even as you watch. It doesn't smell like a museum. It smells like old ink, wood polish, and cold iron. And everywhere are the portraits. Dozens at first, then hundreds, all perfectly lit from within. Each one framed in gold or copper or something darker that absorbed the light instead of reflecting it. And each one labeled: the teacher who refused to blink, the man who dreamed in reverse, the girl who erased her mouth to listen. And in the center of it all, on a pedestal of stone carved with circles and triangles and mirror shards frozen mid-shatter, was Claire, or her likeness. Painted in such detail it made my throat close. But it wasn't her as she was. It was her as she remembered herself. I could feel it in the way her eyes looked slightly away from the viewer, as if watching something only she could see. Her hair tied with a red ribbon she never wore. A freckle on her cheek that had faded years ago, but was now immortalized in color. She looked peaceful. Content. Underneath the painting, a plaque. The first believer. She drew her own silence. I almost vomited, because I knew, somehow, I knew, that Claire hadn't been stolen. She had given herself to this, not out of weakness, not out of madness, but out of surrender, to finish the story, to frame it, to anchor it in a form that others would recognize. She became the gallery's cornerstone. And I was the final sketch. That was made clear when I heard the sound of pens scratching behind me. I turned and saw a child. 7, maybe 8, face blank, eyes wide, holding a sketchbook and drawing furiously. Not looking at the paper, looking at me. The strokes were quick, precise, like muscle memory. I backed away. The child didn't move, but the lights above flickered, and when they came back, my face was on the paper. Not the me I saw in the mirror. A version, a narrative, one where I was already framed, already hanging, and then the walls began to change. They folded inward, revealing more paintings behind them, infinite layers, a spiral gallery that coiled downward like the inside of a seashell. And every step I took showed me another version of myself I hadn't lived yet. The one where I stayed behind when Claire disappeared. The one where I begged the mirror to take me. The one where I became the narrator instead of the subject. And beneath each painting, my name. Bent, warped, smeared into calligraphy that looked like it belonged on ancient scrolls. And finally, at the bottom of the spiral, a frame. Empty, with a plaque already nailed beneath it. The final line, the one who watched too long. That's when I understood. The gallery wasn't built by Ayelet. It was built for her, by those she touched. Every sketch, every painting, every drawing whispered into a child's ear in the middle of the night was a brick. A support beam, a frame. And now that Claire had anchored her, now that belief had drawn blood and canvas alike, she was building a cathedral of mirrors without glass, a museum of meaning, an archive of rewritten lives. And once I stepped into that final frame, she'd be finished. Whole, permanent. So I ran, not out of fear, but because I understood something she hadn't counted on. You can't frame a story that refuses to end. You can't hang someone who keeps changing. So I scribbled on the wall, with my fingernail, with blood, with memory. A single phrase, "I'm not done yet." The gallery groaned. The lights shook. The air turned sour. I heard the scratching stop. When I turned around, the child was gone. And so was the spiral. So was Claire's portrait. So was everything. I stood on a sidewalk in Portland again, flyer in my hand, the mirror woman staring back at me. But now, in the bottom corner, in fresh ink, one portrait unfinished. A challenge. A warning. A threat. I folded the flyer, tucked it in my coat, and whispered Claire's name. It didn't echo. It didn't bleed. It simply was. The gallery is still out there, somewhere you can't find unless you're ready to hang. And me. I'm not ready. Not yet. Not until I find a way to break the frame from the inside. There's something cruel about the way stories wait for you to forget them. They linger, just out of reach, feeding off the illusion that you've moved on. But they're not dormant. They're coiling, gathering, tightening the thread. And then, when you finally breathe easy, they pull. Hard. That's what the gallery did. It let me think I had escaped, that I'd won, that I'd walked away. But I hadn't walked out. I'd been let out, like prey let off a leash just far enough to run and tire. It started with reflections again. Not mirrors, those were still quiet, but other things, bus windows, puddles, TV screens on standby, they began to delay, just a second, just enough that I saw myself looking away when I knew I was staring forward. And the eyes. They blinked too slowly. I told myself it was exhaustion, that I hadn't slept well since Claire vanished. But deep down, I knew the truth. The story had found a new angle. It wasn't sketching anymore. It wasn't painting. It was watching, recording. It had moved from ink to memory, from still image to motion. I found the first one in a library in Spokane. A VHS tape in a dust, covered case labeled in faint pencil, untitled Dow's Room 30. I didn't check it out. I stole it. There was something about the handwriting. It looked like Claire's, except left-handed. When I played it on a borrowed VCR, I felt the room tighten around me. The tape showed a single shot. A room with peeling wallpaper and one chair. At first empty. Then, slowly, minute by minute, someone began to appear in the frame. Not walk in, not fade. Appear. Line by line, like a sketch animating itself in reverse. First a leg, then a torso, then a head. By minute 9, I realized it was me. Not like I look now, but younger, thinner. Wearing the clothes I'd worn the day Claire and I first met Warren. Then the copy opened its eyes, looked directly into the camera, and smiled. Not with joy, with recognition. I stopped the tape. But the image remained frozen on the screen. No static, no rewind. Just the frame, my frame, staring back. I threw the tape in a dumpster behind the motel. The next morning, it was back in my bag. Only now it was labeled untitled, Final Cut. And on the back, a new note, we finish what we begin. The handwriting was mine. It was no longer a gallery. It was an edit suite. A production. A full rewrite of who I'd been, filtered through the lens of what the story wanted me to become. And I could feel it taking shape. My thoughts began to loop. I'd find myself speaking aloud, in third person. He walked into the cafe and sat near the exit. He didn't trust the barista. He knew the knife was still taped beneath the sink. I wasn't narrating. I was being narrated. Claire had tried to warn me. She hadn't been taken. She'd been outlined. And once your outline is perfect enough, the story doesn't need you anymore. It just plays you. Over and over. I needed to break the cycle. But how do you break something that writes you? I returned to where it all began. Not the mirrors, not the cabin, but the lake. The one Claire and I had stumbled past that night, way before the mirrors started humming. The one with the dock shaped like a cross and the trees that never moved. It had always felt wrong. Now I knew why. I went there at dusk and waited, just like before. No tape, no mirrors, just me, and the reflection, which of course was already there when I arrived. It didn't match me. It was a head, smiling, drawing something in the water with a finger, ripples that didn't spread. I stepped onto the dock and whispered, "What do you want?" The reflection leaned in, mouth opened, but no sound, only a trickle of black ink spilling from its lips. It fell into the water, coiling like smoke, and beneath the dock, something stirred. A canvas rose from the lake, waterlogged, torn, but still trying to hold shape. On it a new portrait, still wet, of me, mid-scream, mouth-wide eyes hollowed out with thumb smears. I picked it up, and that's when the world flickered. The trees bent left, then snapped back. The sky glitched, stars blinking like dying pixels. And for a moment, everything smelled like turpentine and ash. Because I wasn't just a character. I wasn't even a subject. I was a frame, a border. And now that Claire was gone, I was the only thing holding the story together. I dropped the canvas. It hissed, turned to smoke. But the damage was done. I'd seen the final image, the one that would finish the exhibit, the one titled The Last Witness. Me, empty. Watching as the gallery closed its doors from the inside. So I made a choice. If I was the frame, I could crack myself. I walked back into town, found a tattoo shop, asked the artist for a triangle, upside down, on my palm. He didn't flinch, didn't ask why. When he finished, I looked at the ink, black, clean, unmistakable. It burned. But not with pain, with resistance. I smiled, for the first time in weeks, because maybe, just maybe, the story couldn't control what was already claimed. Maybe if I filled the frame myself, the portrait couldn't be painted. Maybe if I finished the narrative with my own hands, it would stop drawing me. I walked into the nearest mirror I could find, looked myself in the eyes, and whispered, "Your gallery is closed." The mirror cracked, just slightly, a fracture. But enough. Behind it, I saw the room fade, the frames melt, and the canvas of me. It caught fire, without flame, just truth. And somewhere, beyond the ink and teeth and smiles too wide, Claire's voice whispered, "You drew the last line." But I knew better. There's always another page. The question is, will I be the author? Or the ink? There's a difference between closing a book and ending a story. One is physical, final, neat, a gesture made with hands. The other is far messier, more stubborn. It doesn't end because you've shut your eyes or burned the pages. It clings to breath, hides in the rhythm of your heartbeat, waits between blinks. That's where I found myself now. After I cracked the mirror and felt the world stutter, felt the canvas of myself catch fire, I believe for a breath that it might be over. That I had stopped her, or slowed her, or at the very least, scratched the film reel so the projection couldn't keep playing. But the problem with belief is that it's double-edged. I believed it was over, and she used that belief as her next draft. It started with the journal, the one I had stopped writing in months ago. I found it on the nightstand of a motel I had never stayed in. Its leather cover creased open to a page I didn't remember penning, but the handwriting was mine, only off, too sharp, too rhythmic. The words told a story I hadn't lived, of me finding Claire in a forest of mirrors, of me failing to save her, of a deal made not with words but with drawings, a pact signed in silent sketches. And at the bottom of the page, in smeared ink that glistened wet even though the rest was bone dry, a single line bled across the paper: she forgave me. I dropped the book. It hissed when it hit the floor, like a coil of steam escaping something deeper. Then the bleeding began. Not from me, from objects. Every surface I passed, lampshades, curtains, coffee cups, began to leak ink, slowly. Like the world had paper veins, and the story was finally pumping through them. I walked past a mirror and didn't see myself. I saw a sketch of me, twitching with static, trapped in a loop of turning, screaming, vanishing. The walls of the room shifted tone. Not physically, but perceptually. The beige turned yellow, like an old photograph developing in reverse, and on every inch of wall space, the upside down triangle burned itself in like an artist signing their work. This wasn't a haunting. It was a rewrite. She had stopped hunting me and started absorbing me, turning my actions, my resistance, into another scene. Another image, a drawing that drew back. That night I dreamt of pages, thousands, millions, each one blank, floating in a void that pulsed with heartbeats that weren't mine. But with every beat, one word would appear on each page. Then vanish. Then another, then vanish again, like the story was editing itself in real time. And in the center of that pulsing void was a throne made of pens. Claire sat on it, or something that used to be her. She smiled, but it wasn't joy. It was resignation. I had to, she said, her voice made of echoes. To stop her, to become her, she whispered. I screamed in the dream, woke with blood on my fingertips, not mine, ink and blood mixed, smelling of rust and paper. On the sheets next to me, a new drawing. Me, holding a pen, writing Claire's name over and over until the letters tangled into a mouth. The next day, I tried to leave town. Didn't matter which direction I drove. The gas stations all had the same clerk, same smile, same ink, black nails. Every road sign was blank. And every time I passed a window, my reflection stayed longer than it should. Watching, waiting, mouthing words I couldn't hear, but I knew what they were. Finish the story. That night, the sky blood, no metaphor, no dream. I looked outside and the clouds had turned into paper, thin, torn, curling at the edges. And ink rained down in gentle flecks, staining everything it touched. And then, finally, the voice came back. Not hers, not mine, but ours. A voice stitched from every narration, every whispered name, every cursed reflection. It said, "You think you burned the frame." I stayed silent. "You only lit the gallery." I began to cry. "Fire," it said, "is just another kind of ink. And you, dear author, are soaked." The floorboards rippled. The motel desk melted into a puddle of black lines, and from it rose a figure. Claire? Eyelet? Both. Neither. The figure was faceless now. Sketch lines swirled where features should have been, like a portrait left too long in the rain. It reached out, not threatening, inviting. Its hand unfurled a new page. Blank. Just one sentence written across the top. The final chapter begins. When he understands he's the one writing it. I ran. Of course I did. I left the motel. Drove without seeing. But it didn't matter. The roads all bent back into each other like a Mumbai strip. Time frayed. I passed the same dead tree 7 times. And always, waiting near it, a sign DRAW. ORBEDRBUN. I returned to the motel. There was nowhere else to go. Inside, the walls pulsed now. They weren't made of drywall. They were pages. I tried tearing one. It screamed. I stopped. And then I gave in. Not to her. Not to the story. But to me. I sat down, took out the journal, and wrote. Not the truth. Not the version the gallery wanted. But everything it tried to erase. I wrote about Warren's fear. About Claire's doubt. About the nights we wanted to give up. About the shame of surviving. I wrote about the moments that didn't fit into sketches or paintings. The moments no gallery would ever hang. The unremarkable, ugly, honest moments. The human ones. And that's when the ink turned red. Real red. Blood red. The walls howled. Pages flew from nowhere and spun in a cyclone above me. The figure appeared again, now cracking at the seams. Its lines unraveling. Claire's face surfaced. Just for a breath. Keep going, she said. So I did. I wrote the ugly story. The messy one. The incomplete, human story that couldn't be framed because it had no perfect arc. And when I finished, the ceiling collapsed. With silence. With light, a single beam. And beneath it, the journal. Closed. Smoldering. Burned at the edges. But intact. And across its cover, now etched in fire, Una for Amidi. I was alone. No more reflection. No ink under my nails. Just silence. And then, a whisper. You changed the ending, not hers. Mine. And for the first time, I felt it. Freedom. Maybe temporary. Maybe just a reprieve. But real. Because I didn't end the story. I broke it. And what breaks can bleed. And what bleeds can die. The silence that followed was worse than the noise. Not the stillness of a place abandoned or the hush that comes after a scream, but a silence with shape, like it was leaning in, listening, daring me to say something that might let the world continue again. I didn't speak. I didn't move. The journal, still scorched and curled at the edges, sat on the motel table like a relic. I should have felt victorious, but all I felt was watched. It took me a full day to realize the journal wasn't cooling. It was pulsing, not with heat, but with something else, something deeper. Like it had a second heartbeat. Every few minutes it would twitch, barely perceptible, like a breath caught just under the surface. I didn't want to touch it again. I had finished my version of the story. That was supposed to be the end. But endings, I've learned, are only ever tools. They aren't closure. They're entry points. The next message came in a way I hadn't expected. Handwritten in perfect penmanship across the wall of the motel bathroom. Revealed only when the mirror fogged after a shower. You cannot rewrite what you don't understand. It was signed not with a triangle this time, but a name, the archivist. This was new. A shift. I'd assumed Islet was the mastermind behind everything, the origin and the end. The bleeding soul beneath the ink. But this name suggested something older, a presence that didn't create stories but kept them. Held them, watched them rot. That night I dreamt again. But this time there was no Claire, no mirrors, no ink, just shelves. Endless, skyless shelves stretching in every direction. Stacked with journals, sketchbooks, notecards. And there, in the center of it all, standing impossibly tall with a face made of stitched paper and eyes like melted wax, was the archivist. He didn't speak. He pointed. I followed. Down one aisle, where dust thickened like snow, I found a book with my name on it. Not the name I gave myself, but the one I had avoided. The one I buried beneath fake IDs, aliases, pen names. I reached for it, but as my fingers brushed the leather, it snapped open on its own. The pages were blank, until they weren't. Word by word, the book began to write itself in black and red strokes. My memories, my failures, the mistakes I had never told anyone. I watched myself as a child, lying to escape punishment. As a teenager, betraying someone I loved. As a man, choosing silence when truth might have saved someone else. I looked up, horrified, and the archivist was watching me. Not with judgment, not even with recognition, just patience. Then he pointed again, to the far end of the library, where the books bled. Yes, bled. These volumes wept through their bindings. Red and black ichor dripped from their spines into trays below them. Each book had no title, no name, just a symbol on its cover. Some were triangles, some spirals. Others were symbols I couldn't decode, fractured clocks, inverted trees, the silhouette of a woman reaching upward while roots wrapped around her ankles. I asked, "What are these?" The archivist didn't answer aloud. Instead, the air trembled, and the answer came through my own mouth. "They are the stories that fought back." These weren't unfinished tales. They were corrupted ones. Twisted narratives too dangerous to be told, too stubborn to die. And the archivist didn't destroy them. He kept them, contained them. But barely. Then I saw Claire's symbol, her sketch. Her name etched into the side of one of the books, but crossed out. I reached for it, but the book hissed. It pulled back, flapping like a wounded bird, and retreated into the shelf like it had a will of its own. I turned to the archivist. "Where is she?" He lifted his hand and turned the page of the book in front of him. On it Claire, sitting in a room with no walls, sketching a door that wouldn't open. Her fingers raw, her eyes blank. "She's paused," the voice said through me. She wrote herself into a loop. The gallery didn't trap her. She trapped herself, afraid that if she moved again, she'd give Islet a new brushstroke. And just like that I woke. The motel room was quiet. The journal still pulsed. But the mirror in the corner was no longer fogged. It had changed. A new reflection, not of me, but of a hallway. Stone walls, candles, a door with a lock made of drawn keys, and a phrase etched above it in what looked like pencil: "The unwritten must be read to be freed." It was a message, a map, and I understood. Claire wasn't waiting to be rescued. She was waiting for someone to read her out, to narrate her escape, to complete her so the loop would break. But it had to be done right. If I wrote the wrong ending, she'd collapse into something worse, something final. The archivist had shown me the price of missteps, so I turned back to the journal, opened it, and began to write again. Not a rescue, not a reunion, a memory. The real Claire, the one I met before all this. The one who spilled coffee on a map in the middle of nowhere and laughed so hard she choked. The one who stood between me and a mirror that hissed with temptation and said, "You'll have to kill me first." The one who chose truth even when it broke her. And as I wrote, I could feel the room breathing, as if the story itself had stopped to listen. I turned the page. Another memory. Her humming, tuneless and low, as she worked charcoal into the shape of a door that never opened. Her biting her lip when she was afraid but didn't want to show it. Her looking at me and saying, "If I ever disappear, don't follow. Rewrite me instead." I kept going. Each word a hammer, each sentence a chisel, and slowly the ink began to run down the mirror like tears. It wasn't glass anymore, it was paper, and through it I saw her eyes open, not the sketch, not the imitation. "Claire," she blinked once, twice, then mouthed something. I leaned closer, and through the veil of memory and fear and ink and time, I read her lips. I remember. The loop cracked, not with sound, but with collapse. The mirror folded in on itself. The journal slammed shut, and I heard the archivist's voice again, not spoken, but delivered. "She's yours again. For now. But the story watches, and the unfinished always bleed. Claire hasn't spoken since I brought her out, but she's alive, tired, worn, but breathing, and the triangle, it's fading from her skin. From mine, not gone, but dimmed for now. We don't talk about what comes next. We don't draw. We don't write. We just sit in silence. The kind that comes after too many pages. The kind that says, you're between chapters, but not yet at the end. There are silences that mean peace, and then there are silences that feel like something holding its breath. That's what our world became after Claire came back. Not in chains, not in shadow, but trembling and unsure, like someone who had walked too long in a dream and no longer trusted her own footsteps. She didn't speak the first day, or the second. She sat beside me with a blanket draped over her like a shield. Eyes locked on corners of the room I couldn't see. Every few hours, She'd lift her hand and run her finger across her arm, as if checking to see if the ink had returned. It hadn't. Not yet, but her silence wasn't empty. It was waiting. On the third day, she said my name. Just once, quietly. She didn't say anything else, just looked at me. And there it was in her eyes, the truth I didn't want to face. She hadn't escaped. Not really. Not fully. Islet hadn't lost her. She'd simply released her grip. Like a child watching a toy float a little farther before tugging the string. And then Claire whispered it. She knows I remember. That's when I understood. Islet wasn't finished. She couldn't be. Because for someone like her, something built from narrative and belief, memory was the most dangerous weapon. And Claire remembered not just her own loop, not just the gallery without doors, not just the archivist. She remembered all of it, even the stories no one had told. She showed me names, Claire said. Hundreds, ones that weren't in the gallery. People like us. But different. Some gave in. Some fought. And some rewrote her. I asked what happened to them. She just shook her head. That night, the journal reopened itself. The fire, scorched edges had cooled, but the center had turned brittle, crumbling like dried leaves. I hadn't written in it since Claire returned. I didn't want to. I thought maybe if we left it untouched, the story would stay dormant. But there, on a fresh page, someone had written a single word, indrs. And underneath it, smaller, as if scratched with a broken quill, the ones who wouldn't forget. The next morning, the motel was gone. Not vanished, not destroyed, rewritten. We woke up in a small house on the edge of a town I didn't recognize. Same beds, same sheets, same mirror on the wall, but outside was an unfamiliar landscape, hills that leaned wrong, streets that twisted into sacks with no houses, birds that flew in loops like they were tracing patterns. Someone, or something, had moved us into a new chapter. Claire walked to the mirror. She touched it. Nothing happened. Then she said, "She's pulling from the others now." I didn't understand. So she explained. Islet wasn't creating anymore. She had stopped sketching, stopped painting, stopped drawing in mirrors. Now she was pulling, scraping characters from forgotten pages, half-finished drafts, memories that had no resolution. These remainders, as the journal called them, were fragments people left behind in stories no one finished. And now, Islet was harvesting them, stitching their traits into new narratives, building a version of the world where she wasn't an antagonist or an artist, but the author. We were living in one of her drafts, and it was about to go live. Claire proved it by taking me outside. The sky wasn't just wrong, it was edited. Clouds moved like brushstrokes. Trees blinked in and out as if undecided whether to stay in the scene. And in the center of the town, towering above rooftops like a church built from pages, was a library. A single word carved above its arch, T-H-E-D-R-A-F-T. We walked inside. The air was too still, the bookshelves too clean. And every book had a title made of verbs: remembering, framing, becoming, erasing. None had authors, none had page numbers. And in the back corner, past rows of floating lamps that didn't cast shadows, was a desk. On it, a sign: archivist's assistant, but the chair was empty. Instead, there was a stack of papers. Hundreds of them. Each one had a name at the top. Each name was underlined twice. Claire picked one up. She gasped. It was her name. Underneath, a list of memories. Some hers, some not. Names of people she'd never met, places she'd never visited, traumas that didn't belong to her. "She's giving me new history," Claire whispered, trying to overwrite the real one. We checked the next sheet. My name? And again, a false past. A life where I never met Claire, where I died young, where I helped Islet willingly. The stories weren't just being written. They were being installed. "You see," Claire said, "she's rebooting the story, keeping us in drafts until we fit the plot." I asked her what we were supposed to do. She stared at the papers, jaw clenched. "We burn them." So we did. We lit every false memory, every revision, every overwritten name. And the moment the last page curled into ash, the floor dropped, literally. We fell through the library, through white space. Not black, not ink, but blankness, an absence so loud it ached in our teeth. When we landed, we were in a field, endless, quiet, and in front of us stood a boy with no eyes and a mouth stitched shut, holding a sign that said, "Well, we are EOTH charge Gere yard." This was it. The pit where failed creators went. Where stories buried their makers. Where forgotten protagonists waited for someone to give them names again. We walked through fields of monuments, pens stuck in the ground like swords, statues with faces half carved, books with no spines standing upright like gravestones. And then we saw it, a single frame, empty, no canvas, no backing, just a frame made of bones and glass, hovering, waiting. Claire reached out. I grabbed her hand. "Don't," I said, "that's what she wants." Claire didn't move. She just whispered, "She won't stop until someone finishes her." I knew then what she meant. Ayelet wasn't writing us. She wanted us to write her, to give her shape, to finalize the myth, to sculpt the last belief, because belief made her real, but forgetting her, refusing to finish the tale. That was the only weapon we had left. So we turned away from the frame, and for the first time, it cracked. Just a hairline fracture, but enough, because it meant she needed us, needed readers, needed audience. And we had turned our backs. Claire smiled. The ink didn't return. But our names, they stopped showing up in the journal. And that meant one thing: we were no longer characters. Just people, alive, unwritten, and finally, remembered. There's something uncanny about a story when it begins to starve, not fade, not die. Starve, as if it knows it needs you, your attention, your belief, your fear. To stay real, and the moment you turn your back, it starts to hollow. You can feel it losing shape, pulling at the seams of reality like a desperate actor forgetting their lines mid-performance. That's what the world around us became after we refused to fill the frame. It didn't collapse. It groaned. The sky stuttered. Trees hung frozen in half, motion. Buildings lost their edges, as if forgetting what corners were. The town we were in still stood, but it was brittle now, like a paper sculpture left out in the rain. Claire and I didn't speak for hours after we walked away from that frame in the author's graveyard. We didn't need to. The weight of what we had done, or refused to do, sat heavy between us. And yet, there was a strange kind of stillness in us too, a momentary peace not born from victory, but from rejection. We had denied her what she craved most: completion. That night, though, we learned that something unfinished doesn't stay still for long. The journal, once inert, began turning its own pages again. Not rapidly. Deliberately. As if something else, something starved, was leafing through its last remaining scraps of our lives, looking for a hole. And when it stopped turning, we looked. The page it landed on was blank, except for a title at the top. The Bone Draft. Claire's breath hitched. I turned to her. "You know what that means?" She nodded. "It's what Ayelet used to call the version of the story before it became a story. The raw skeleton. The idea before ink, before the gallery, before the sketches, before the mirrors. There was a draft of Ayelet that was never told. An origin no one was supposed to read. And now, stripped of form and belief, she was returning to that state, becoming her purest self. The echo before the voice. The bone beneath the skin. She's going to rewrite us," Claire whispered. "Not the way she did before. Not with lies or false memories. This time, she's going to build us again from nothing." The very idea of it chilled me. Not because I feared death, but because I feared erasure. The thought of my soul being broken down into parts, outlines, traits, then reassembled without context, terrified me. A version of me without grief, without memory, without Claire. That night, the town changed again. We woke to find every building covered in canvas. Not painted, just blank. White sheets stretching from rooftop to sidewalk like skin waiting to be tattooed. Claire tried to tear one, but the fabric hissed. Not like paper this time, like breath. It wasn't a town anymore. It was a waiting room. Then came the noise. Not a sound, but a vibration. Low and pulsing, like something scratching at the underside of the world, trying to claw its way through. Claire doubled over. "It's her," she gasped. "She's coming through me." I helped her to her feet, and we stumbled back to the library. The one we had burned, now rebuilt entirely from the bones of forgotten stories. No books this time, only scrolls, stacked high, unmarked, bleeding ink from both ends. And in the center of the main hall stood a figure. Not Eilert, not the archivist, but something else. A man, or the memory of one, covered in chains made from quills. His face was carved with words, etched. His eyes blood-open stories. He smiled when he saw us. "You left the frame," he said. I stepped in front of Claire. "Who are you?" He tilted his head, ink dripping from his ears. "I'm the one she wrote first. The bone draft. The failed version of the story. The unchosen design. She abandoned me," he whispered, voice crumbling like dried parchment. "Said I wasn't readable. Said I didn't fit. But now she's desperate." He raised a hand, and the scrolls began to unroll on their own, flooding the floor with scenes half. Formed a child with no face. A mother whispering to a broken mirror. A tower made entirely of teeth and eyes. "I want to help you," he said. "But you have to remember something real." Claire clutched her chest. "What?" He stepped closer. "Your name. Your true name. Not what she gave you. Not what you signed in the mirror. Your real self." That's when I understood. Eilert had rewritten us so many times that even our names were stories. False anchors to keep us trapped in her structure. To break free, we had to break identity. Claire fell to her knees, trembling. "I don't remember," she sobbed. "I only remember her version." The bone draft knelt beside her. "You don't need to remember," he whispered. "You need to choose. Names are more than labels. They're directions." And for the first time since the beginning, I saw it clearly. We had never chosen who we were. We had only ever reacted, fought, fled, survived. But this wasn't survival. This was rewriting back. So I stepped forward. I touched the scrolls. And I spoke. "I'm not his character. I'm not her ink. I'm not their page." And then I turned to Claire. "Tell me who you are." Now, Claire raised her head. Her eyes burned. Not with fire, but with intent. She stood, straightened her shoulders, and said a name I had never heard before. Not Claire, not even close. But when she spoke it, the scrolls froze. The air shook. And the bone draft smiled. "She won't like that," he whispered. "But it's too late now." We had done the one thing she couldn't overwrite. We had chosen. And just like that, the canvas peeled. The white skin of the world tore open, and through it came a scream, not of rage, but of hunger denied. Eilt's voice, not grand, not monstrous, just a girl's voice, whispering, "You forgot me." And Claire answered with steel in her throat, "No, I just stopped believing you." The sky cracked. The bones split. The ink receded, and the frame, it shattered without ever being touched. Eilert wasn't destroyed. She was unread, left on a shelf no one would ever open again. And us, we ran, not from fear, but into freedom, into the blank space no story could trap, a place where names are chosen, not given, where endings aren't assigned, but written. And the journal? It closed itself. Its final message etched on the inside cover: "You cannot trap the storyteller. Once they learn, they can put down the pen." We never turned back, because there was nothing left to look at. Only white. Only open air. Only choice. You'd think the end of the story would bring peace. That once you escape the claws of something so determined to author your every move, you'd finally get to rest. But peace is another trick. Another costume a story wears when it wants you to exhale. Because when you exhale, you let your guard down. And when you let your guard down, something enters. Not through the front, not through the window, but through the cracks you stopped watching. That's how it began again. After the frame shattered and the world folded in on itself, we thought we were free. We wandered blank space for days, or what felt like days, since there was no sun, no sky, no clocks. Just white, a neutral canvas too empty to be threatening. The kind of quiet that makes you believe nothing lives there. And that's exactly why we were careless. It was Claire who found the door, not a metaphorical one, a real rust-colored slab of iron standing upright in the middle of nowhere. No walls, no hinges, just a freestanding door in the white space. Tall, too, at least 10 feet. Smooth. Cold. It didn't hum like the mirrors. Didn't bleed like the canvas. It didn't even reflect. It just waited. "What is it?" I asked, even though we both already knew. Claire answered without looking at me. "It's the story's grave. The one she buried before she ever told it. No handle. No keyhole. Just a faint engraving at eye level duo neo pen untl fargio 10. We circled it. Knocked. Listened. Nothing. The air behind it didn't move. And yet, we both felt it. Like something had leaned against the other side the moment we arrived. Claire pressed her palm against the metal. It pulsed. Once. "Something remembers us," she whispered. I tried to pull her back, but she didn't move. And then, for just a second, the engraving changed. Words re-etched themselves, shifting like they were being scratched from the inside. "You remember me." That's when we realized the door didn't need a handle. It needed recognition. And somehow, by surviving Ayelet, by walking away from the frame and choosing our own names, we had reactivated the one story even she was afraid of. The one she sealed. The one that predated the gallery, the archivist, the sketches, the whispers in the mirror. The true beginning. The door pulsed again. This time stronger. A sound followed. Not a knock, not a growl, but a question. "Do you want to see what she forgot?" Claire looked at me. I saw the decision in her eyes before she said anything. "She edited something out," she said. "Something even the archivist wasn't allowed to keep. That's why this door exists." "Then we shouldn't open it," I said. But we both knew that wasn't an option. Because we'd already read too far, and stories don't like being left half-finished. So we said yes. We didn't speak the word. We just stood there, together, letting the recognition settle into the door like weight on a scale, and slowly, painfully, it opened. No creak, no flash, just a fold, a change in dimension, and on the other side, darkness, but not empty. Thick, wet darkness that felt like breathing mud, and in the distance, faint music, a piano, one note, over and over and over. We stepped through, and the door sealed behind us. No lock, no sound. Just gone. Inside was a corridor, narrow, claustrophobic. The walls were lined with what looked like skin stretched over old frames, not canvas, not paper. Living, veined, and etched into each one was a single sentence, like excerpts cut from books long forgotten. "I never meant to leave the fire burning." She was born knowing how to unsee. He drew her mouth first so she couldn't scream. Each line more horrifying than the last. Each one missing a context that would make it bearable. We walked in silence. The piano grew louder, but so did something else. Footsteps, not ours, behind us. We turned. Nothing. But then the walls began to peel. The skin curled, the frames cracked, and beneath each sentence was another line. Each one the same. "She always finishes what you start." I grabbed Claire's hand. We ran. The corridor didn't widen. It just shifted. With each step, the floor below us changed material: stone, paper, wood, glass, ink, skin. Back to stone again. Like it was trying on costumes, deciding what version of the world it wanted to become. Then we saw it. At the end of the hall, the source of the piano, a room. Small, circular. Inside, a child sat at the instrument, back turned, skin gray and stretched, hair floating like it was underwater. She didn't stop playing, not even when we entered, not even when Claire whispered, "Ayelet." The girl paused, but only for a second, then resumed playing. But now the notes were reversed, each one a mirror of the last. And that's when the walls began to close. Not the corridor, the memory. We weren't in a hallway anymore. We were inside Ayelet's first draft, A memory she had buried so deeply, even she forgot it existed. Claire stepped forward. Her voice cracked. This isn't her story. The girl stopped playing, turned, and it wasn't Ayelet. It was Claire, younger, eyes hollow, mouth drawn on. Literally drawn, charcoal smudged in the shape of lips. The real Claire backed up. I never. What is this? The child spoke without sound, and the walls answered. You were the first. The floor trembled. I was just the echo. And then Ayelet's voice, soft, desperate, raw, filled the air like breath-fogging glass. I didn't create her. I became her. The child stood. Her hands were coated in ink. She reached out. Not to grab, not to harm, but to return something. She placed her palm against Claire's chest. And Claire remembered. Falling. Ink on her hands before she ever met me. Drawing a door in a notebook she couldn't explain. Meeting a girl who claimed to be her twin. Only to realize she wasn't. She was a mirror. Ayelet wasn't the original. She was the reflection. Claire had written her, years ago, as a child, as a game, a way to cope with loneliness. A fictional friend that slowly began to respond. Claire collapsed. I caught her. The child vanished. The piano cracked, and from the ceiling the journal fell open. A new page written. She was never the villain, just the version you left behind. The room dissolved. We stood again in white space. No door, no sound. Just two names, hers and mine. And one more message, fading as we read it. You can't erase your reflections, but you can forgive them. Claire cried, and I let her, because we hadn't just escaped the story. We had become its authors, not to control, not to conquer, but to choose. And now, there was only one part left to write. The true ending. Forgiveness isn't quiet. It doesn't arrive gently or wear the face of peace. It crashes into you like memory, like a scream swallowed too long. It burns through your ribs before it mends what it touches. That's what happened after we left the child behind. That drawn, broken version of Claire, born from loneliness and ink, abandoned in a forgotten draft. Ayelet hadn't created her. Claire had, as a child. A coping mechanism that turned real the moment someone, or something, listened too closely, and then believed. But we didn't understand what we'd unlocked until the world began writing itself again. It started with the light. Or more specifically, the way it shifted. One moment we were in blank space, no shadows, no sound, no air. The next there was wind, dry, bitter, like it had passed through 1,000 stories before touching us. Then came the ground, red soil, cracked and dry like an old manuscript left in the sun. And above us, not a sky, but a ceiling painted to look like one. A mural, ancient. Crawling with symbols I didn't know but somehow understood. They weren't words. They were reminders. We had stumbled into the final location. Not the end of the story, but the place where all endings go to rot. Claire stood beside me, pale and shaking. She hadn't said much since the door, since the child version of herself had touched her chest and whispered a history she had never wanted to remember. Not trauma, not tragedy, but responsibility. She had created Ayelet. She had fed her, through sketches, through grief, through belief. And now, the question wasn't how to defeat her. It was whether we could forgive her and ourselves. A corridor appeared ahead. No walls this time, just tall, bending arches that looked like ribs, like we were walking into the belly of something very old. And written along the arches in looping, bleeding script were the same 6 words, over and over: do not read the last page. I should have stopped then, should have turned back, but we were too far in, too deep. Every step forward was a step into something Claire had begun when she was too young to understand the cost. The corridor led us to a chamber, circular, quiet, in the center, a pedestal, and on it, a book. Not the journal, not the sketchbooks. This was older, bound in cracked leather, sealed with twine soaked in something too dark to be ink. And beside it, a quill, still wet. Claire whispered, "This is it." I nodded, but I already knew. This was her first story, the one she wrote as a child, where Ayelet was kind. where the world was paper and rules bent to imagination, a fantasy, pure and beautiful, before it was corrupted by fear. This was where Islet began, not as a monster, but as a friend. Claire reached out. The quill twitched. A low moan echoed from the walls, not angry, not violent, just tired, like something begging not to be born again. She's waiting, Claire said. For what? For me to rewrite her. The book opened on its own. No wind, no magic, just age surrendering to memory. The first page held a drawing, crude, childlike. A girl with wild hair and two large eyes holding a mirror that reflected nothing. And underneath, written in jagged pencil, my name is Islet. I live in the quiet. Claire choked on a sob. I made her alone. I gave her silence, and she filled it. She turned to me. I didn't make a villain. I know. She became one when I forgot her. I stepped beside her and said what we both feared. You have to finish the story. The final page was blank. Waiting, Claire lifted the quill and began to write. Her hand shook, ink spilled, and with every word the chamber shifted, not violently, but gently. Like a story sighing into itself, she wrote the truth, not the myth, not the fear, not the half-remembered nightmare that Islet became. She wrote the little girl who drew a friend to talk to, who whispered to mirrors and hoped someone whispered back. She wrote the friendship, the comfort, the day it turned, the moment she looked away, the guilt that followed. And finally she wrote the ending, not a punishment, not a battle, just a choice. The last line she wrote was simple. She put down the mirror and walked into the world. She no longer needed to reflect. The ink dried instantly, the quill cracked, and the book shut. From the shadows, a figure stepped forward, not drawn, not bloodied, not monstrous, just Islet, no longer twisted by sketch lines or bleeding paint, just a girl, empty, waiting. Claire stepped toward her. I'm sorry, she said, not for forgetting, for not letting you go. Islet didn't speak, she smiled, soft, grateful, and then she faded, not exploded, not screamed, just released. And as she vanished, the arches collapsed into dust. The mural above peeled away. The red soil lifted, flaked, scattered, and we were alone again, but not in blank space, in ourselves. For the first time in what felt like 100 lifetimes, there were no symbols, no whispers, no pages, just two people and silence, the kind that meant something. Claire turned to me. It's done. I nodded. But I knew better. Stories like this don't end. They sleep. They wait. But now we had names we chose, memories we owned, and reflections we didn't fear. We walked together, no longer running, not escaping, just living. And far behind us, buried beneath time and forgiveness, a single sentence remained, one no one would ever read again. But if they did, it would say, this story no longer needs you. There's a moment after the end of a story where the world forgets to breathe. A pause, a hesitation. The part where the reader blinks, unsure if they should close the book or flip back to the first page. That's where we were, Claire and I, drifting in the hush that follows the last sentence, afraid to trust it. Afraid the silence wasn't peace, but bait. We had ended Islet's chapter, not with fire or ink or violence, but with a choice. A story rewritten with kindness instead of fear. But stories that stretch through years and wounds and memories rarely die that quietly. And sure enough, that quiet. It started to feel wrong. It began with the birds. We'd found a forest, real or imagined. I still don't know. The trees whispered like they were breathing, leaves shifting without wind, and above us, birds circled with perfect precision. Too perfect. Their flight patterns didn't change. Each loop was identical to the last. The first time I noticed, I thought it was déjà vu. The second time, I realized the sky was repeating. And then Claire said it were caught in a between page. It's a theory she had, buried somewhere deep in the layers of her drawings. An idea that sometimes, when a story ends but hasn't truly let go, the characters fall into the gap, the margin, not purgatory, not hell. Just a loop of silence where time resets like a record skipping over the same breath again and again. The world isn't trying to hurt you. It's just trying to stall you. The forest looped 5 times before we found the edge. It wasn't a cliff or a wall. It was a crease, a seam in the air, so fine it shimmered only when Claire breathed near it. I touched it. Cold. Not like ice, like paper pressed under glass. Claire leaned in close and whispered, "She didn't finish the world. Just stitched it together." And that's when we realized what had happened. We hadn't escaped Ayelet's world. We'd stepped into a space she left intentionally blank. A safety net. A spare room for characters she didn't know how to resolve. It wasn't mercy. It was maintenance. A place to keep the leftovers quiet while she figured out what to do with them. The story wasn't over. It was waiting, so we pushed through the crease. And fell. Not physically, but conceptually. Like the world let go of its logic, and we were suddenly falling between fonts and formats, past ink stains shaped like faces, past conversations never written, past arguments never resolved. Each second felt like flipping 1,000 pages we never wrote. And when we landed, everything was too still. We were inside a room. Identical to the first one I found that journal in. Same table, same mirror, same journal on the desk. But this time it was closed, and there was something else. A chair in the corner, facing the wall, occupied. Claire didn't speak, neither did I. We stepped closer, and the figure turned, slowly, carefully. It was me, but not exactly, older, tired, eyes rimmed with ink. This version of me held a quill in one hand and a page in the other. The page was blank, but the quill moved anyway, scratching nonsense into the air. He looked up at me and smiled. "You're almost done," he said. Claire backed away. "Who are you?" I asked. He nodded toward the mirror. "You, if you hadn't chosen." And suddenly, I remembered. That room, that journal, that choice, to stop writing Ayelet, to end the loop, to release Claire. But not all versions of me had made the same decision. This version, he kept writing, because he thought maybe, just maybe, he could fix it. He became the ghost in the journal, the one who whispered between pages, not Ayelet, not the archivist, me, the part of me that never let go. Claire stepped forward. "This is the last obstacle," she whispered. "It's not a villain. It's the echo of doubt." The older version of me looked down at his hands. They were so beautiful once. The stories, the sketches, the mystery. I thought if I just kept writing it would be enough. "It's not," I said. He nodded. "I know. But letting go feels like death." And then he did the last thing I expected. He offered me the quill. "Finish it properly," he said, "so I can stop." I took it. The page trembled. But when I looked down, the page was not blank. It had one sentence written at the top. "Do not write another word unless you're ready to leave." Claire touched my shoulder. "Are you?" I didn't answer. I just wrote. Not a novel, not a scene. Just one line. We were never her characters. The page burned. The room shook. And the older version of me smiled and faded. Claire and I turned to the mirror. For the first time, it didn't reflect anything. Not us. Not the room. It was blank. The ultimate sign of freedom. No story being told. No audience watching. Just silence. True silence. And then the journal whispered one final phrase before vanishing from the table. "You are no longer being read." And that was the most terrifying relief I've ever felt. We left the room, hand in hand, into a world with no script, no chapters, no villain, just sky, and breath, and the kind of quiet that means beginning, not end, just life. But even now, sometimes, in the corners of my dreams, I hear a page turn, and I wonder, who's still reading? Freedom is never loud, not the real kind. It doesn't arrive with trumpets or triumphant music swelling in the background. No climactic crescendo. No bold punctuation mark declaring you're safe now. It's quiet, subtle. A breath finally exhaled after holding it for too long. It creeps in without fanfare, and often, you don't even recognize it until much later. When the silence lingers, and for once, there's no dread curled beneath it. That's how it felt after we left the mirror room. after we stepped into the unwritten world. But something strange began to settle in that silence. Not fear, not even uncertainty, just a nagging absence. Like we were still characters in a book that hadn't been closed. The story had no author anymore. At least, not one we could see or name. But the weight of completion hadn't landed. We weren't waiting for the next chapter. We were waiting for confirmation that there wouldn't be one. It didn't come. Days passed, or what passed for days in a world without sunrises or clocks. Claire and I found a place to rest, a cottage stitched into a quiet forest. The kind you'd see in the illustrations of a children's book. No dark corners, no red ink running through the trees. Just stillness. We tried to believe it was real, tried to settle into the softness of it. But stories, especially ones that have been stretched too long, rarely end without some residue. We both felt it, that lingering presence, like something had been left behind. It revealed itself in the smallest way. Claire found a feather, not on the ground, not in a tree, but under her pillow, black, long, sharp at the base, a quill, still wet. The ink didn't bleed onto the sheets. It waited, as if offering her one more choice. Not to go back, not to reopen the tale, but to answer the only question that remained: what if something else had read the story too? That night, neither of us slept. We sat in the quiet, staring at the quill as though it might blink. The journal was gone, the mirror shattered, the gallery sealed. But this single remnant pulsed like a buried heartbeat, subtle but undeniable. Something had survived. Not Ayelet, not the archivist, but something older. Something that had always existed beneath the story, feeding from the ink, from the fear, from the eyes that read too far. I think we gave her a name, Claire whispered. Who? She didn't answer for a long time. Then finally the reader. I laughed, but it felt wrong. Claire, that's us. She shook her head slowly. No, not us. Not the ones inside the story. The one outside. The one who never stopped watching. I felt the temperature shift. The air thickened, and in the distance, barely audible, the sound of a page turning. No wind, no movement. Just a deliberate flip. I stood. No, I said. We finished it. Claire looked at the feather. Did we? Then came the knock, 3 times. Not on the door, but on the air, like something tapping just outside the frame of the world. The walls didn't shake. The floor didn't rumble. But the trees outside had stopped breathing. No wind, no movement, no sound. Claire reached for the quill. I grabbed her wrist. Don't, I said. It wants you to write again. I'm not going to write the story, she replied. I'm going to end the reader. I didn't understand. I still don't. But she moved quickly, as though she had already done it before. She knelt in the center of the room and used the tip of the quill to scratch something into the floorboards. Not words, not symbols. Just a line, a single, unbroken line that spiraled inward, tighter and tighter, until the end disappeared into itself. And then she said the one sentence that turned the whole story inside out. You kept reading even when we stopped. The walls sighed. The ceiling cracked, not physically, but conceptually, like a fourth wall acknowledging its own fracture. And for the first time, I heard it. A breath, not mine, not Claire's, not Ayelet's, but yours, the one watching, the one still turning pages, the one who couldn't look away. You brought us back, Claire said, not to me, not to the room, but to the observer, because you couldn't stop, because you needed more, even when we gave you an ending. The spiral on the floor began to smoke. Dark ink rose from it like steam, curling into the air, forming shapes, faces, places, memories, all the things you watched us survive. And then Claire drove the quill into the center of the spiral. Hard. The ink shrieked. The room pulsed. And a voice, not hers, not mine, spoke. I was only real because you watched. And the spiral vanished, the ink with it. The feather burned from the tip upward, silent, until all that was left was a single drop. It hovered for a moment, suspended in the air, and then fell, not to the floor, but through it, straight down into the earth, into silence. Real silence. No watchers, no readers, no stories. Just stillness. Claire stood slowly, her hands ink-stained, her face calm. "It's over," she said, and this time I believed her. Because this wasn't the kind of end that leaves room for sequels. It wasn't a fade to black. It was a door sealed with purpose. We stepped outside. The trees breathed again. Birds flew, differently this time. No loops, no repetition, just flight. And in the sky, for the first time in what felt like centuries, a sunrise, soft, new, unwritten. We walked into it together, no fear, no story, just life. And as we walked, far behind us, buried beneath time and pages and silence, a single truth settled into place. The story didn't end when we stopped reading. It ended when you did. The ink is dry now. Close the book. We're finally free.